for the foreseeable future until I pass out or until 11 p.m. when my wife gets off work. So it is election night. We are lighting up in the background. I am ready for chaos, the end of the world. But we can do this together and try to enjoy ourselves. So I don't know. I don't know how many people are watching or going to watch. There's a lot going on. Everyone's doing something. Everyone's got their own thing going on. But here we are. Let me make sure before people start popping in. Make sure I got all the right levels for everything. Hopefully I'm not echoing or anything. Okay. Awesome. Should have the right mic set up. Everything should be going. My dog is here. She's not excited about what lies ahead either. Hey, come here. I got my Will You Shut Up Man Biden Harris shirt. This is not a pro-Trump shirt. Like, I bought it like the night of the first debate to show my support. It's okay. And I had to find some way to wear it at least once to justify the purchase. So here we go. Hey, Vanessa, how are you? I appreciate for joining us. So let's get right into it. Here is the way it's going to work. Let me. You don't want to just see me. Okay, so we got the election coverage right here. I've got it on mute until anything important is coming. It looks like Trump is ahead. We're doomed. That's it. Let's just call the election. So, okay. Get it together, North Carolina. But while we're waiting for the real results to come in, which will most likely not come in tonight, let's play some games. There we go. And then we'll put that right in the little corner. And right now, I don't think anything huge is happening right now. I don't... Okay. So it's going to be a long night. In the East Coast, I think polling finally stopped. So let's get into it. Let's play some Animal Crossing, damn it. And if you're watching this live, it'd be kind of weird if you're watching this later. Because it's going to be like one long stream where you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Not just with me, but with this whole damn world, this whole damn election. This could be the last day for everyone. So let's enjoy it while it lasts. Let's play some video games. And just stop in, stop by, say hello. Let me make sure that I'm on the Twitter. Let me see if I can do this without screwing up the whole internet. Okay. I just want to make sure that this Periscope stream is pinned to the top. Right now I am on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter/Periscope. Hopefully, the Lord's willing. There we go. I swear I know how to do Twitter. Okay, cool. Here we are. Let me just pin that to the top, and then we'll get to the party. Awesome. And let me just retweet that, just because I believe in self-high fives. Might as well just keep that open in case anything pops up on Twitter. I'm all about the juxtapositions. We got the election, happening over there. All of that chaos. And we got Animal Crossing. And, of course, my lovely face in the background. Okay, so I've actually been playing this game in earnest the past few weeks just because I want to get good at it. I don't want to just bore you with my shitty playing. Like I'm going for like 5-star island on this tonight, okay? Right now I only have one. So it's going to be a long night anyway. Might as well get 5-star island. How are things going on the Senate? Right now we are 35 through 30, 100 seats to decide. Of course, only a third of those don't are up for contest. Don't come to me for facts. By the way, my name is on this is SPSM chat because I thought it'd be a way to self-promote, and that never really happened. Put that in my pocket. I mean, what else am I gonna do tonight? Like, I'd be sitting alone in the dark, watching the results, probably hating life. Still kind of do now. But at least I can hang out with all of you. So, come say hello. If you want to just drop in, that's totally fine. Just making sure my audio levels are okay. I'd hate to be like doing this stream for like 8 hours and you can't even hear me right. Okay, so what I should be doing is planting stuff, not planting stuff, but like putting pretty things around the island. Because I'm told that that will increase our ratings, and then we get the option to start terraforming, and that's where the real fun starts. Okay, what can we place right now? Do we even have anything? What's in here? Dining set. Let's just put that there. I don't even care. I don't want that in my house. What do you think of my outfit? I should probably put on the mask. Do I still have that? There we go. Wear a mask, people. Especially if you're out voting today. I like her mask. That's a good color. At first, I was like, why is there a reporter wearing the mask? And then, like, stupid me, I realized that there's a cameraman, like, right in front of her. So you don't want her, like... The fuck's my shovel? Yay, capitalism. I catch that fish, too. I'm trying to do all the things tonight. I want that fish. I'm an awesome multitasker, by the way, as you can see. I can't talk and chew gum at the same time. And that fish is gone now. Damn it! I want a fish. I haven't caught one in a while. I want those butterflies. Sometimes when you shake the tree, money comes out. Other times, nothing comes out. Oh, I probably open this island if anyone wants to join me. By the way, backseat gaming highly encouraged. Your husband's playing Fallout on PS4. Thank you. I mean, do what you gotta do. But yeah, I'm not playing Fallout tonight. You can be rest assured. Yeah, if you have any tips, Maria, or if you want to come on my island, you are more than welcome to. I'm going to open this up, and then I'm going to put my code on the screen. Hopefully I don't regret that. I want visitors. I'm lonely. Connecting to the internet. All my friends. That includes you. Okay, I should have a dodo code. Where the fuck? Where is that? Is it a passport? Where do you find your dodo code? I should know this, and now I feel dumb. Camera, custom designs, chat log, call resident. I sent someone a letter and they didn't respond yet. Don't close it. Okay, let me Google real quick. Let me go check that out. Okay, I'm just gonna Google how to get my dodo code, because I feel stupid now. Dodo code you choose to invite to a dodo subteam. Oh, I have to just allow friends. Well, how do people even... Oh, probably they were my Nintendo account. Okay. got 3 monitors, so it's just like a real mindfuck. The fuck was I gonna do? Okay. I guess I have to close the gate and then try this again. Good for you, Miami-Dade County. Good old internet. They have that on video game consoles now. Okay. The more the merrier. I would be shocked if anyone joins me, to be honest. But who knows? Okay. Let me do a screenshot of that. Let me create an overlay. Bear with me. There we go. Let's just put this. You can't really read that. Okay. Done messing with that now. Let me lock that. Okay, so if you want to join me, there's the code. It should work. Let me know if you have any issues with the code. Last time I shared a code on Facebook, like I think as long as you're playing for like a half hour at a time, like it stays, but then after whatever. Okay, let's get into it. If you're brave enough, join me on Farm Island. God, I can't believe it's only 5:48 over here. See if I can buy anything. I need something to place on the ground somewhere. All of this sucks. Yeah, bubble blur sounds good. This one. How many bubble blowers does one person need? Okay, I need to buy things. Let's get this thing over here. Yeah, sure. Give it to me. Do I have that much money? I don't care. How much money do I even have? Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're gonna buy this thing, this Mahjong arcade thing, by the end of the night. How about that? We'll time it perfectly when Biden wins. I don't think I even have anything to sell. No, I suck. Okay, how can I get quick money? Can't leave the island, because then no one can join me. Oh, I kind of want the glasses. Then I gotta save my money. Damn it, that place closes at 9 too. Give me money. Fromage. Capitalism. Better be money in here. I'm the worst shoveler, by the way. Jesus. I'm like getting everything but this one spot. There we go. It's a flower. I wish people looked at me the way it looked at Brevard County. Okay, I'm just gonna start chopping things down. By the way, a good tip is just to hoard on wood and rocks and other stuff like that, and just put them in your storage, because you're always going to need them for when you want to build stuff. But you don't want it clogging your bag or whatever the hell you use. I think I need a better fishing rod. This one doesn't... Is that a shark? No. Like, there's something right there where those bubbles are. I just want to fish. I'm I'm the only person who fishes right on the shore. Oh, here we go. Well, that led nowhere. Here we go. Message in a bottle. It was on a nameless stroll when an idea for the most wonderful DIY recipe came to me on the breeze. I am compelled to share my recipe, so I have stuffed it in this bottle. Please bring... Okay, thank you, Brie. Butter churn. Let's just put that right here. Now, where'd it go? Is that it? It's a bubble blower. Is this even doing anything? Oh! Take that money. Where's the butter churner? What did am I missing something? Let's go to my lame ass house. Poll closings in those states. Let me see. Okay. We'll stay on top of that. I know, I had the coolest house, right? What the hell was I doing? Oh, yeah. Get rid of this wood. This guy looks like he's fun at parties. Sure, why not? I just need 2 iron nuggets to make that. Okay, that's too hard. Those star fragments. Jesus Christ. Okay. I've never even seen mushrooms. There's 3 kinds? Okay, I can do the bamboo. Okay. Cherry speakers. Okay, let's get iron nuggets and the bamboo. Let's see how much money I have in the bank. I should start paying that loan, but I also want cool stuff. Okay. Nuggets and bamboo. Stay focused. Kentucky is going to Trump. That's no surprise. Okay, none of these are surprises. I'm not too worried. North Carolina, that's a good sign. Okay, we still have a long way to go. Let me check back again on my audio levels. Okay. Let's get back to it. If you're just joining me, I'm playing Animal Crossing and also keeping track of the election. Biden is the projected winner with 0% votes. I mean, there's like no way these states would go to Trump. That's just funny to see that.
In Alabama right now, too early to call, too early in Maine as well. Same story in Mississippi, Missouri. Biden leading in Rhode Island, but that one's too early to call. Trump leading in Tennessee.
All right, so where does that put us? We've just made some calls. Here we go. Let's get to the map of 270. That's how you get elected president in this country. As we
They're just like, we need some time to kill, so let's just call the obvious states right now.
Joe Biden, not surprisingly, carrying those big cities in the east, and we see Donald Trump in some of his strong red territory. Chuck, this is unfolding as expected.
Nobody's won a road game yet.
Yeah.
You know, Pat Riley used to say back in the 7-game series, you know, a series.
Yeah, so we still haven't closed the polls on the West Coast.
Until we flip a red state blue or a blue state red.
Not even in mountain time.
We still await those because they're just
So
tight.
a lot of those states will go blue, like California, and Oregon, and Washington. You know the whole deal.
New county numbers in here, and I just want to
Colorado, thank God.
if we're going to start getting some of this vote in, if they're going to dump it fast. We're not. But look, as you can see here, let's reset it. Let's just remind people of Florida's tendencies here, right? Here we are in 2008.
Florida, do not let me down.
Nobody ever wins Florida in a blowout. Obama got 51, 50. Trump got 49. So as you can see, this 3-point, that was a landslide for Obama in 2008. But as you can see here, these margins are always pretty close.
Pretty much, if Biden wins Florida, there's very little chance that Trump is going to win.
Because we go back to my county maps here.
Like, especially if he loses Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania is probably going to get contested, and they only started counting their votes today.
Some good vote for Trump, for Biden, but for the most part, that's going to be a load of vote out of there. So look, I'm going to go back to what I said before. We're sitting here. Biden's biggest problem is Miami right now. Let's go back. Let's see what the vote stands right now. He's dropped below 54%, 86% in. We're looking at 53.9 to 45.5. That's the bad news here for Joe Biden. He's performing 10 points less. The question is whether all of this little improvements for Joe Biden, whether it's a point here or 2 points there or 3 points there in these various
nervous.
counties. Can that make up for 10 points in Miami? It's Miami versus the margins.
Is this at
Find out.
all a bellwether to what we'll see in the other Sun Belt?
No, I don't, because this is a unique.
This is
This
Florida,
was a
big
unique
Florida.
Miami issue. Miami is Miami. You know, Miami is some would say is Hong Kong, right? The rest of Florida is sort of is kind of connected. Miami's its own thing. It's its own entity. I would say this: if this is the way Biden loses Florida, he probably can feel better about what's happening up north, because many of these other counties perform more like these Midwestern states, right? And, you know, I always joke, Florida, you know, basically the Midwest is down here. You've got the Northeast retirees are down in the Atlantic coast. So the piece of the entire battleground shows up in Florida. So if you're looking for a silver lining on the Biden side of the aisle, you can say, well, all of this other stuff makes you think you should do well in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, for what it's worth.
Let's bring in
Hopefully.
Casey into this conversation, because Casey, one
Okay,
of the
let's-
criticisms of the Biden.
Let's get back to the serious matters, like getting my island to 5 stars. Let's shoot this thing now. I'm even worse at the slingshot than I am at the shovel. Hey Nisa, how are you? Just playing some Animal Crossing while the world burns. There we go. I don't want that. I want that. Do you have it for the New Horizons for the Switch? If so, you can come to my island. I don't think you can if you have the iPhone game now. Yeah. It's New Horizon for the Switch, the newest one. I'm just trying to get my island to 5 stars. I'm just trying to get it to 3 stars so I can get the terraforming, because that's when the real fun begins. Okay, no worries, Nisa. You can just backseat game, which I appreciate. I know a lot of people, especially on Twitch, don't like that. Wait, you played Animal Crossing on N64? I thought that was like just Japanese. Do you mean the GameCube? Because if you played it on N64, then super nerd cred to you. Oh, okay. So, what did they call it on the N64? Oh, okay, GameCube. All right. What the hell did they go? Now I am like going into ADD mode here. Okay, Animal Crossing and 64. Okay, it was just called Animal Crossing. In Japanese, Dobutsu no Mori. I totally butchered that. I'm sorry. I suck. Okay. Back to getting nuggets. Alright. Oh, gee. Now I gotta get that. Damn it! Hey, by the way, Nisa, can you like do a heart on this post? And I want to see if that makes my lights in the background change. Sometimes it does it, and sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Get some nuggets. This should have nuggets. I think I gotta eat those damn peaches. And then that gives me superpowers. Did you know if you sit on a toilet, you can actually poop the fruits out? The more you know. I suck at swinging an axe, too. Well, the things that come out of the trees, like the apples and the coconuts and stuff, you just go sit on someone's toilet and it'll give you the option. Oh my god. Like these things, the apples. I hate how you have to eat these one at a time. Well, I mean, it doesn't show the poop. Okay, now I gotta show you now. I gotta find... Can't remember who had the toilet. It wasn't this place. I am never gonna get those nuggets. It's not there. Maybe in here. No, you don't have a toilet. I don't care what you have to say. He's like, hello? What happened? That's my house. Apparently I forgot how to open a door. Okay, you don't have a toilet either. Fuck off. Jesus, I've already been streaming for almost an hour. Oh, there's a nugget. Well, you are welcome back anytime, Nisa. I will save the going to poop when you come back. So let me know when you're back. Tennessee goes to Donald Trump. That was not even close. Do I know anyone in Tennessee? I feel like I do. Ooh. Big money. You're just joining me right now. We are hunting for a toilet. Oh, really? Thoughts? Oh, well, screw them then, if they let you go. That is their loss. The search continues. Actually, I want to know what she's doing. Oh, she's building something. Sure, why not? Well, they sound like poop anyway, Nisa. Damn it, Sandy. Come back home. I know you got a toilet in there. Anyone watching this, if you have an island that has a toilet, please let me know. I want to poop in it. For science. Yeah, screw 'em. Let me know if I walk past any iron or bamboo. That's what I need. Oh, the iPhone game is like really simple. Like you get, like at least me, I got bored with it within a couple of days. And like plus with this game, like you don't have to like spend money like after you've bought the game. I don't like games like that. A level 144? Impressive. Oh, are those mushrooms? I need bigger pockets. Can I swap? Okay, I don't need this flower. I don't need a pine cone. I totally didn't even realize that there were mushrooms on the ground. Okay, swap this too. I have enough wood. Ooh, bells. What's this? No, no, I want that. It's not going to be there anymore, damn it. More mushrooms. Okay, get rid of the clay. I'm sure I'll regret that later. Oh, bamboo. I can't cut that. No, hit the bamboo. I need more nuggets. Oh, here we go. Now I don't need the clay. Mitch McConnell projected to win. That's unfortunate. I mean, how can you vote for that face? Donald Trump projected to win West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. I think I might have enough nuggets, actually. Let's go back. Sometimes I just forget what the hell I'm doing in this game. Yes! Bamboo! Swap it for anything. Get out of here, wood. Okay, let's go to Tom Nook. I can remember where the hell that is. Such a big island. Okay, gotta dig that hole, because I can't help myself. Don't want that. Thank you. Oh, of course I needed the wood. I have that in my storage, though. Then I had the iron nugget. What the hell nuggets do I have, then? Oh, I have the... Damn it. I guess I can make this. Why not? Biden projected to win Connecticut. They did not like Trump in that state, that's for sure. Goodbye. Oh yeah, the wood. Okay. I guess we can place this somewhere. Forgot how to access my storage, damn it. Okay. No, no, go back. How do I get into my storage? I've done this before, so why am I blanking? Here we go. Okay, give me the wood. Yeah, Nisa, I don't think anyone with a house that has a toilet is open right now. I think I've gone in here already. Like, I know one of these mofos has a toilet. I guess I could buy one of my own. It's a big peach. Do you want this? Florida is leaning towards Trump. Wait, what? That can't be right for Pennsylvania.
Out to seniors, having a big advantage with seniors on the coronavirus. But interestingly, in the exit polls, it shows that the economy was a more important issue than the coronavirus, and that Donald Trump was given better marks for handling the economy than Joe Biden. So still, the economy was the most important factor, which is seniors, which may be surprising, may be very important in Florida, also in Pennsylvania, which has a lot of senior citizens.
Yeah, that could be a telltale exit poll for sure. Here we are saying Arkansas is up. Too early to call. The poll just closed there. And our map to
I would
270.
hope so.
Let's throw it up there as we turn to Chuck. You see where it stands, Biden with the lead, but boy, it's early in the night. What do you got your eye on?
Well, look, let me just run through all of the big states we care about. Not much in Pennsylvania's in, but you want to see what little bit is trickling in. And here, this is what I'm always curious about. We all are. Okay, our orange and our yellow. Boy, I can barely see it there. You know what that means? We got a long way to go in Pennsylvania. So let's, there's a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania. But let me take you over to next door, Ohio here. We told you before the break that there was some evidence in the exit poll. There's no doubt Biden is improving. Governor Mike DeWine said to me today on air,
Trump
hey,
has the worst smile ever.
The vote should be Dem leaning. The second half should be R leaning. Look, I like to mess around with the Eries. We got Erie County. Erie County is going to be important in Pennsylvania, and Erie County could be telling here, too. Right now, and it's only half the vote in, you see that Joe Biden is winning it. But you can see why I care about Erie County. When Obama carried Ohio, he carried Erie County. When Trump carried Ohio, he carried Erie County. So, look, along the lake here, and I told you, along these lake counties, this is where Trump cleaned up. This is where Biden has to improve. Halfway through, don't pop any champagne corks if you're the Democrats here, but clearly Ohio much more competitive. Let me take you down to North Carolina right now, another state we're watching. More than 60% of the vote is in. What are we up to? 62 here. And I was talking about margins. Biden had a bad day in Miami-Dade. He's got a really good day in Raleigh and in the triangle here in Wake County. Let me show you something here. You see this split 82% in, 65-33. Let me show you Wake County over the last 3 cycles. As you can see here, Joe Biden, Wake County, this is Research Triangle. You guys know this. This is, hotbed, a lot of college-educated suburban voters here. And as you can see, this is a case where Joe Biden's outperforming his former running mate by a big-time margin. He's already got a ton of vote here. He's got almost double the vote of Trump here. And as you can see, Clinton only got 100,000 advantage there. So already big margins there. By the way, the story is the same in Mecklenburg here, which is Charlotte. I'll show you, as you can see here, he's just already overperforming big time Clinton and Obama. So when you look at what's going on in North Carolina, again.
Show us a red county, because you're telling us this election is going to come down county by county.
That's
Who
right.
runs up the score in
well,
their
look,
county?
and I always like to spend time out here in these more rural counties. These are big Trump counties, so we can see, is he hitting his numbers here, right? Biden, 3 points better. Okay, I'm going to go here, Henderson County. Again, rural county. Again, this is Biden, 8 points better, 78% in. Keep going down over here in this part of North Carolina, Rutherford County, another one, Biden improving by 3 points. This is the story across the board. And again, I do want to point out, and it's right down here. Look at this. I worried that my board wasn't going to let me write all the way down here on the edge.
Continue to the next
Anyway, yeah, that didn't work out very well. But I swear to God, there's a 2% number here. I mean, it is amazing here that you're seeing that. Andrew's brought it up. I mean, that's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
You're saying that there was a third-party vote that drew votes from Clinton in 2016. We don't have that same third-party vote this time.
No, we don't.
This is head-to-head, and it's a whole different story.
Let's just take a look at Florida and check back in. And as you can see, the lead keeps growing for Donald Trump. So this is not looking like, yes, there's plenty of vote left. Let's look at our gray space here. Still got 1 million votes, so you can't sit here and call anything when you're separated by 225,000 votes here, 1 million votes, but you guys can do the math. Joe Biden's got to win a lot of those million votes to make up a 226,000 vote deficit here. Florida is looking a little red tonight.
All right.
Let's bring in Kate Snow and talk a little bit. Go back to Pennsylvania if we can right now. Kate, you've spent a lot of time there. This is a place that we saw a lot of Obama voters break for Trump last time around, and then some second thoughts from some of those voters. You tapped into it. I tapped into it in my visit there last week. Describe the dynamics at play in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I was in Western Pennsylvania, which
Okay,
I
I
think
need
is
to get back to the
important to
game.
note right
I'm
off,
getting
Lester,
nervous.
because Pennsylvania is a complicated state. It's not all one kind of voter. Where I was over by Pittsburgh, I was in Beaver County, which is northwest of Pittsburgh, right along the county borders the Ohio border, and it has the Ohio River running right through it. That was steel country. That was a place where people were had union jobs. They worked in the steel mills up until the 70s and into the 80s when those steel mills started going away. And what I found there is a lot of voters who said, look, I was a Democrat by tradition. My parents were Democrats. My grandparents were Democrats. But in recent years, those Democrats, even if they're still registered Democrats,
Someone's on their
have
way?
really swung. The county went for president.
Who goes there? This is so exciting. Someone is coming. They are descending. Maybe it's Joe Biden. He didn't let me come to his island. Who is this? Mamonkis from Mom Island? Do I know you, Mamonkis? Do not ruin my island. Do we know each other? Yes, my name is SPSM Chat. Long story. I can pull things out of my ass too. Where's my bubble thing? Yeah, let me know if we know each other, Momicus. Did I sell my bubble thing? Give me the flowers. Windows 10 sounds? I'm on a Mac. I don't know if we can get along. Oh, is that how they sound like? Okay. Cat. Oh, that's cool. How do you do that? Oh, you just change your costume thing? Okay. What do you want to do? I'm typing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do we know each other? Just fine. I hope they know I'm typing and not just ignoring them. I feel like I'm in the days of AOL Instant Messenger where you just wait like 5 minutes to get a reply. Oh, you just found the stream? Okay. I don't know if you can hear me or if I need to text you. Well, let me know. Message me on the game. You cannot chat. Okay. All right, well, just follow me then. This is kind of exciting. I've never had someone I didn't know join my island. So, just make yourself at home. Grab whatever you want. Can you join me? Give me my weeds. We have been streaming for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Did I ever get that wood? Okay. You still here, Momicus? There you go. Sorry, my island isn't more more advanced. It's pretty boring. Oh, I got a hat. Thank you. I will put it on. You know, it kind of looks like a... Oh, okay. It's a crown. I thought it was like a MAGA hat at first. Thank you. Am I able to give you anything? I guess I gotta drop it. I don't have anything cool to give you though. Here's a Nook Miles ticket. There. Oh, you don't want to take it? Okay, that's fine. Oh, you can give me money. Oh my god! I can now go buy that Mahjong machine. I don't think I can go in there with you here though. But no worries. I can always get that later. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Anyone else want to come to my island and give me things? I'm not running away from you, by the way. I just want to see if I can go to Tom Nook. That's totally what it looks like. Thanks for the money, bye. This person doesn't look familiar. No, no, go back up. I don't want to do a challenge right now. I have money already. The fish don't like me right now. You still there, Momicus? Do you have a toilet, by the way? Do you happen to have that in your pockets? Oh, next cranny had the Mahjong back. Okay. I'll be back. Okay, cool. I hope you're okay with me spending my money that you gave me on a Mahjong computer thingy. Oh, I thought it was gone. I'll buy it. Thank you. Do I have anything to sell? Sorry, I don't need those things. That doesn't sound like a lot, but whatever. Who was that? I guess some random guy just walked in front of her. Who the hell came in here? Okay, I'm just gonna put this module in things somewhere where everyone can see and admire it. I guess I can put it next to this new house they're building. Oh, I can't place it right now? That's weird. Hey, what are you up to? Oh, I didn't realize that was you because you changed. That's what my wife says. They're in a bug catcher fight. Sorry, I didn't mean to go in there. Trump wins Arkansas. I want this fish. Oh, Jesus. Came out of nowhere, Margie. My dog is just chilling. If you were here in the very beginning, you heard my dog just completely losing her shit. Now she's just laying her little poofy pillow on the ground. There was something I was trying to make. Was it the butter churn? I need the nuggets. Hey, is it Bloody Souls on Twitch? How are you? How many of those bamboos I need? Oh, it's a different kind of bamboo? Okay, Jesus. Okay, let's just make this because I can always get more wood. How's my island doing, Isabel? Aren't we all? You have fish. Like Isabel is overwhelmed. Like, I just want to know how my island is doing. You got fish? Show me. Ooh. Do I take it? Okay, I don't even know what... Oh, You can't drop it? Okay, is there a way... Oh. Okay, let me just put this damn table out somewhere. It's funny how I can see you texting on your phone. Just throwing tables wherever. Oh yeah, I can't place things. Okay. Okay, I think I can get this fish. Are you leaving? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate everything. Make sure to follow. Okay, let's do some of this stuff now. Wait for Momicus to leave. In the meantime... Okay, she's leaving. That was so cool. Safe travels. Okay, I need to stand up and stretch, so I'm gonna put the news back on.
A minute away, 14 states with a combined total of 156 electoral votes about to close, including 5 battleground states: Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin. These are all very important states we've been watching and potential paths to victory for both candidates.
And let's look at some of the results we do have in Florida. Is counting votes fast. It's too close to call there. Pennsylvania, too early to call.
In Georgia, it's too early to call. Also, North Carolina, too early. And Ohio, too early.
And let's look at Ohio. It is too early to call there, too. And for folks wondering, yes, we had early voting either in person or by mail like we've never seen before. 100 million people voted before Election Day. And if you are wondering, yes, we've taken that into account when we give you that expected vote number. It includes the estimated early vote as well as the day of vote. And we're awaiting those 9 o'clock poll closings. Texas and Arizona, big Latino populations, but a different kind than what we've been talking about in Florida. Andrea, hold that thought because we do want to mention, here we go, Texas, too early to call at this hour. In Arizona, it is also too early to call, as you might expect.
Michigan, too early to call.
Got some results in from Minnesota. Not many, actually. Too early to call there. Wisconsin, it's going to be a long one. And in New York, Biden will pull that one out and not shock anyone.
Colorado, too early, but Biden has a lead there. Kansas, too early. And Louisiana, too early. Biden, though, with a lead.
All right, and let's look at Nebraska. Too early to call there. We're keeping an eye on that one particular congressional district that can be quite competitive. In New Mexico, it is too early to call. In North Dakota, too early to call, but the president is leading.
Same story in South Dakota. The president leading, too early to call. And Wyoming, it's too early to call. Trump with a lead there.
So let's put up our map of 270 and let's see how it shakes out at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific. And there you have it. Numbers don't quite tell the story. We're going to have to wait for all the votes to be counted. Andrea, we were talking about Texas and Arizona. Now the polls have closed. They'll start counting the votes. The Latino vote, incredibly important there.
Incredibly important. And as Chuck was saying, Miami-Dade, Florida, the Cuban-American community is a unicorn. But it's a very different kind of Latino vote in Arizona and in Texas. In Texas, Latinos going by plus 19 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. In Arizona, Latinos going plus 30 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Obviously, a different composition. Only plus 8 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in Florida. So that shows you the disparity, where you've got different group of Latino vote in Arizona. Out west, you have more Mexican Americans, more from other parts of South America, less of the, obviously, very few of the Cuban Americans, and you have very different ideology and different voting.
The Latino vote's going to be big in Arizona and Texas, as is the suburban vote. Exactly. But there's obviously big swaths
I like her
of
makeup.
rural parts of those states that tend to be Trump country.
It is. And Texas is going to be, by the way, we already have a lot of vote in because they do a lot of early voting, but they're going to be in there. But I want to take us to Ohio. Because Ohio, believe it or not, has been sitting there. Again, we're still waiting for somebody to win a road game, right? We have yet to have a flip. But as you can see, we got 53% of the vote in. Biden's holding about a 266,000 vote advantage here. And just so you show, we still got a ton of vote, right? Nearly 3 million votes are left to count. As you can see here, the breakouts, just so you can see, 1.3 of the early absentee has been counted. Mike DeWine basically said half the vote was early and half the vote was expected today. Governor of Ohio, on Election Day. So, but let me just tell you, one of the other things we have, if he's going to win Ohio, if Joe Biden's going to make a comeback in Ohio, he's going to have to flip a whole bunch of what we call the Obama-Trump counties. All of these counties here right now, and what you see in the red, if they're red, they're still trending Trump, and if they're blue, they're trending Biden. So we can see here, Wood County, a small county here, this is right now, but you can see Trump narrowly carried it, but he carried it by 8 points because ton of third-party vote here. Ton of third-party vote in Ohio did really well. Johnson did much better there, but as you can see, this is a county that Obama carried. Biden hasn't caught his number there, but he's getting close, and he's obviously going to outperform Obama 12. So I'm going to be monitoring all of these Obama Trump counties, particularly in Ohio, because the only path for Biden to somehow pull the Ohio upset is if he's going to take most of these counties that Trump carried and flips most of them, if not all of them, back to blue.
But polls have had the president pretty far ahead in Ohio.
Well, all this year, it's been interesting. He's been ahead, but the margins have been smaller. It's been a little bit of older voters, and there is a bit of Joe Biden. It plays a little bit better in Ohio than maybe any other Democrat that had run for president during this primary.
I want to put up Florida again because we've changed our characterization there, or have we? Okay, Trump now officially leading in Florida. Electoral votes are watching there. Chuck.
Okay.
I want to go to Kristen
Yeah, no,
Welker, who's at Biden headquarters. Hey, Kristen, what's the talk there as Florida starts to slip out of their hands?
Well, they are acknowledging that, Savannah, and I'm told by officials that they're in a wait-and-see mode, but they still feel very confident about their path to 270. And look, we go back to this idea that they fought hard for Florida, but didn't need Florida in order to win. There are a number of other paths, but the question is, what does this potentially mean about Georgia, about North Carolina? I put that question to a campaign official who said not a whole lot. Look, they think that the electorate is unique in Florida for all of the reasons that you've been talking about, particularly in the Miami-Dade area. They think that the president's attacks trying to characterize Joe Biden as socialist stuck. Obviously, that's a characterization that he would reject outright. But one top Democrat telling me they still feel very solid about their chances in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, what if they don't win either state? Well, officials tell me that is okay because Joe Biden still has a path to 270 without winning those two states. He would need to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And so that is why you have Joe Biden visiting Pennsylvania 14 times, more than any other battleground state since he won the nomination. That's why he was there again today in Scranton, in Philadelphia, really trying to drive up the vote in Philadelphia, in the suburbs. Of course, that part of the Obama coalition that did not turn out in force in 2016. He needs it if he's going to pull out a victory in the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Savannah and Lester.
All right, let's bring in Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
So we've been talking about Ohio. Chuck just had that up on the big board there. That's a really interesting state because the Trump campaign, folks that I've been talking to throughout the day and into the evening here, had been feeling confident about the way that was going to go based on some of the polling that Savannah mentioned. They'd been seeing.
I think I'm going to take a break from Animal Crossing.
That was actually one of the battleground states that they felt most confident about.
So if anyone wants to join my island,
they were watching very closely, given what Chuck is
let me know and I'll
referencing in the
open it up
way that,
again.
again, with still very early in the night, still a lot of vote to come in, but with what we're seeing in some parts of Ohio and what we're looking for there. You've also got the state, as Kristen was talking about with the Biden campaign, of Pennsylvania. That is actually the place where President Trump campaigned more than anywhere else. And I can tell you that there are some counties that the Trump team is looking at tonight. So Dauphin County, for example, that's kind of in the central eastern part of the state near Harrisburg. You've got some of those collar counties right around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Chester County, Montgomery County. They're looking at Erie County, for example, in the western part of the state, a more sort of rural area, an area where the president feels confident. He has spent so much time in that state because it is critically important. Another state the president has spent a lot of time in is North Carolina. I was just there yesterday, actually, in Fayetteville, and I can tell you that folks in President Trump's orbit are looking specifically at some of those. If we could go back to that big board, when we do, those counties still in gray, right around Raleigh, Durham, right? Because that is going to be really important. You can see I'm there still in white here. Joe Biden needs to do well there. They're wondering what the margins are going to be. A lot of eyes on North Carolina here. And then the other state that I'll mention is Georgia, too. Looking at what the president's performance will be, that is a state that, again, is sort of on the cautiously optimistic to optimistic bubble for Team Trump based on our latest reporting.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And joining us now, NBC News contributor Hugh Hewitt, host of The Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, a Trump supporter, and Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, a Biden supporter. Welcome to both of you. Let me talk to you, Maria Teresa, how you feel about what has happened in Florida. We haven't called it, but of course the president is said to be leading, and the results in Miami-Dade disappointing for Joe Biden, in particular among Latino votes.
So, first of all, everybody knew that Florida was going to be the problem child. It's a very close call. As Andrea was
Super Mario
mentioning
World is
earlier,
part of
that
this.
the Latino vote is not monolith. But for folks watching really closely, the other states that are up for grabs are Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. 4 of those states, and this is what really differentiates the Latino vote in Florida compared to the other ones, is that all of them had local legislation that had show me your paper anti-immigrant laws. That was a political awakening moment for the Latino community roughly about 6-7 years ago. And you see a whole slate of candidates that have not only run for office, but are quite competitive. You see that in Texas. Texas, you see that in North Carolina, you see that in Georgia, and absolutely in Arizona. And you also see an aging
I'm off
of
to
the
a good
Latino
start.
population. For example, in Texas, you have 25% of Latino youth unregistered voters are in Texas, and they're outperforming. 33% of the people in the Latino community that sat it out last time, Savannah, are voting again. So you see a huge surge in these populations where in these states where there has been a lot of friction and a lot of anti-immigrant policies. Florida is simply, that's not the case. They don't have those really diminishing, difficult pieces of legislation that racially profile the Latino community.
All right, Hugh, let me bring in you here. Talk about North Carolina. What do you see there that may worry you or may encourage you?
The good news out of North Carolina is that it's more solidly Tom Tillis than I had expected it to be at this hour. In fact, the Senate everywhere is looking very good for Republicans. John James, I believe, is running ahead of President Trump in Michigan. The early numbers on David Perdue look very good vis-a-vis John Ossoff. It looks like a runoff in the special. And I spoke to Joni Ernst earlier today. She's feeling very confident in Iowa. Susan Collins is feeling confident in Maine. And so as good as I feel about the president right now and the Senate, I go back to Ohio, which Chuck was looking at, my hometown of Trumbull County, is first went for the President Trump in 2016 for the first time for a Democrat since Richard Nixon in 1972. Can he hang on there? And the big difference in Ohio that I know Chuck knows and you guys will know is that Rob Portman is not on the ballot this time, providing an additional kind of ground game and strength. Rob Portman, one of the most popular Republicans in Ohio, is not on the ballot. He helped get the president over the line 4 years ago.
It helps to think of all these enemies as just Trump voters.
I am very cheered by the Florida numbers. There are some people, I know NBC has not called Florida, but some people have called Florida for President Trump. And so I'm very cheered that that's an early call. And I extrapolate that out to a few congressional districts in California where that voter who left a socialist country, that's how I'm characterizing it. That would include Venezuelans, that would include Nicaraguans, that would include people, of course, from Cuba. I think that vote, as Maria was talking about, is one that we've got to keep an eye on in the California congressional district that will matter. Right now, I'm pretty happy, with the exception of I would love to see Ohio get some more red votes pretty quickly.
All right, Hugh and Maria, thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Casey Hunt. I know you've got some reporting on North Carolina, which we're watching closely, Texas as well.
That's right, Savannah. As I've been talking to sources on both sides of the aisle, I mean, one of the places that I try to look is to find agreement in terms of what we're seeing. And both sides of the aisle do seem to be in agreement that Tom Tillis, who's running for Senate in North Carolina, seems to be performing better, certainly than many of my sources expected he might. And I will say both Democratic and Republican sources who were pretty concerned about Tillis, if you were a Republican, and whether he was going to be able to hang on. And that, of course, raises questions about where things stand in the presidential race, which my sources are also saying is very, very close, but my Democratic sources are less optimistic about it than they were just an hour or so ago. And that's a trend that's holding across the Sun Belt, Texas as well. There was a chance that Democrats were perhaps going to take back the Texas State House. That has incredible repercussions as we head into a season of redistricting. They're now not optimistic that that's something that they're going to be able to pull off, although we still have a lot of data out there. There's also questions about Georgia. Senator David Perdue, a Republican, who also potentially, we had talked about, was in danger from a Democratic challenger. Some of the conversations heading into the night were, would David Perdue's opponent get 50%? Increasingly, it's now looking like Perdue may be in much better shape. That also raises questions about where the Biden campaign stands in Georgia, although my sources are also saying that there do seem to be a fair number of ticket splitters, people that are voting for Joe Biden, but who are also voting for David Perdue. So that underscores this trend that perhaps people are voting for Republican senators, but are willing to take a look at Joe Biden, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. And let's look at some of the Senate races at this hour. There's a hot race going in Arizona between Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, and Martha McSally, the incumbent there. We are awaiting vote. Arizona does almost all of its voting by mail, but hasn't reported votes out yet in any significance. Here in Colorado, Cory Gardner, the incumbent, is widely expected to potentially lose his seat tonight. And sure enough, former Governor John Hickenlooper is leading in that race.
All right, let's look at Kansas Senate. Too early in that race.
Michigan's Senate race, too early to call there. That's another Democrat who some felt might be on the rope, so we'll watch that one. Minnesota's got a Senate race going. It is too early to call there.
Same story in New Mexico, too early. Texas. John Cornyn the incumbent, will hold on to his seat. We project him as the winner.
And let's look at South Dakota. We are projecting that Mike Rounds, the senator, the incumbent, will go back to Congress. And here's how it's shaking out at this hour. That is the breakdown. Remember that Democrats would have to gain 3 seats if they win the White House to gain control of the majority, and 4 if the president is reelected. We'll keep our eye on that. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us. Much more as
I'm playing with these
election night coverage
Joy-Cons.
continues
It's
right here on NBC.
It's impossible.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Take a pause from that. I always forget how to defeat her. Oh yeah. Throw it at her. I might be here all night. Yay, Colorado! I can't believe Colorado was once a swing state. Off. I knew I was gonna die right there. Well, I suck. Luigi has the worst of this because he jumps so weird. Knew that would happen. Oh! Take that. Of course I die too. What do I do with that? But you know, I've only played this game a million times. Okay. Take a break from that. Okay, this is on a long-ass commercial break anyway. I would totally play Just Dance if I didn't get like a copyright notice. We are almost at 2 hours of this live stream. This is Super Mario Galaxy, by the way. That's actually a closer race in Alabama than I thought it would be. Texas is a tie. I'm not supposed to be up here yet. Well, where can I go, Blue Star? Hey, Laz. You on your break? Just for you, I'll turn the music up. I was playing Animal Crossing. And I just got stuck, and as I do. Someone visited my island that I didn't know and gave me like 90,000 bells, so I was able to buy a Mahjong arcade. So weird that this controls like a Wiimote. Biden coming ahead in North Carolina. Oh my god, that person said boop. The person who joined my island, and I thought it was you, like, masquerading as someone else. Oh, these are bad guys. This is really weird because I'm pointing at the screen, my laptop screen, when I should be pointing at the Switch, which is over there. I'm putting that on the screen. Let's leave that there for a while. I love this music. I sometimes just play this like on YouTube in the background. Donald Trump projected to win South Carolina. That's no surprise though. In case you haven't keeping track, Florida is super close. Trump needs Florida. Biden does not, but it would make it so much easier to declare victory. He's definitely going to win Pennsylvania, though. And with that, like, Trump's going to have a hard time coming back. Trump wins South Carolina. This game was such a mindfuck when I first got it for the Wii. All the gravity stuff. Bye! Oh my god. This re-release on the Switch looks so good compared to the Wii. Oh, damn it. Get off me. I could just do this the whole game and win. I should not have done that, and I cannot rewind. And I did it again. And I was about to do it again. And again. How the hell do I get off this thing? Oh, what's this? What the hell? Can I... Can I not go up that? Damn you, gravity. You win this round. Oh, oh. Jesus. Can't go in there. Like, I think it's supposed to go up that vine. It won't let me. Jesus Christ. I might get game over on this. I've never gotten game over. I don't even know what would happen. Well, we're about to find out. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, so what happens? ...2007, what I would do to go back then. I can't say that with a straight face. All right. Sorry for the inception.
Guys, and I said, hey, I want to take you back to 2012. And even though this was when Barack Obama narrowly lost North Carolina, there was a lot of blue here on the border of South Carolina. These are some rural African-American counties. Now, let me show you what's going on. I told you this was going to be one of the keys. The good news for Joe Biden, he's blowing the doors off in these suburban counties. We showed you Charlotte. We showed you Raleigh. But remember I told you about Richmond, and I told you about where's Robeson County here? Right there. Told you about this one, African-American county. Look at Trump's number. He's got to be overperforming somewhere, right? If in order to make up that ground. Well, we found where he's overperforming. Number one, this was an important Obama county. These are some rural African-American voters not turning out. That's what this says, not turning out. Maybe they showed up on Election Day, and we shall see. But there's not a lot of vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
All right, Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early to call, but we are showing that the president is leading with approximately 74% of the vote in. We'll take a quick break here. More election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being
Okay, well, they're on commercial break. Let's see what else we can get into. Would it be too Inception-y to go on YouTube? On the Switch? While I'm watching YouTube on my computer? Can you handle that? Oh, that's me. I was like, oh my god, someone else is streaming Super Mario Galaxy. What are the odds? I don't think this YouTube app is going to allow me to play video on this. But let's try. Yeah. Damn you, HDCP. I don't think there's a way to turn that off, and I don't want to try too hard. I know you can do it on PS4. Now screw it. Thank you to those people who have stuck with me. 2 hours, 17 minutes. This is one of those games where the trailer made it look so fun and hilarious, and then when you play it, it's like, oh, this is mostly frustrating. So we'll play this until I throw my controller at the screen. Untitled Duck Game is the name of the game. Make the groundskeeper hammer's thumb. Bring to the picnic. Okay, I got all that. Hammer's thumb. Can't go there. I thought I had like a headbutt move. Okay, he's gonna come out of there. Now I gotta get in the hammer himself. There's the hammer. Get that sign out of here. Ducks are very much allowed. I don't care about the boot. Get the hammer and hammer yourself. It's that easy. All right, hammer yourself. There we go. Get out of my way. Get the hell out of my way. Do you want a bottle? Do you? Do you? Do you? Give me that. Oh, there's my dinner. Toilet paper. I could have used that back in March. Hey, I've got rights, lady. Trap the boy in the phone booth, make the boy wear the wrong glasses, make someone buy back them their own stuff, get on TV, go shopping. How do I get on TV? And why are they pushing this Kamala Harris podcast like every commercial break? I want to be on TV, sir. Let me in. This is not personal. I think this kid has asthma. I feel so bad. Trap the boy in the phone booth. All right, I need to stand up again, and I'm going to get something to drink. Enjoy the news.
Biden counties where there's votes out, but if you look here, there's still, this is going to be a Trump county, that's going to be a Trump county. So this still looks like a nail-biter in North Carolina, but I understand why the Trump people feel good.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We'll be back with poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour, including battlegrounds Iowa and Nevada. But first, you're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Yeah. About a minute before 10 o'clock here in the East, and we've got Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah about to see their polls close in under 50 seconds. We'll have some characterizations for you in a minute, but here's where we stand right now.
Okay, Florida, too close to call, but the president is leading 93% of the vote in there. In Texas, we are characterizing it as a Trump lead, though it is too early to call at this hour.
New Hampshire, too early. Biden is leading in New Hampshire right now. In North Carolina, it is too early to make the call. Ohio, also too early.
Georgia, lots to watch there. Too early to call. Votes are still coming in there. In Virginia, former battleground Vice President Biden is leading, but it is too early to make an official call there. And in Wisconsin, it is far too early to call. They have a lot of votes to count there.
And Pennsylvania, it's too early to call. Minnesota, too early. Same story in Maine. And Arizona, which I don't think we've seen any vote come out of Arizona.
Yeah, there's Maine and Arizona, which the polls closed about an hour ago. 85% of the voting is by mail in Arizona, and they're allowed to tabulate and count well before Election Day. But we await the great state of Arizona, my home state. And let's look at Kansas. Too early to call, but as expected, the president is leading. Now we've got some calls to make here at 10 o'clock. Iowa.
Iowa, first off, is too early. Nevada, too early.
Let's see what's going on in Montana. Not only do they have, of course, the presidential race, but a pretty competitive governor's race. Too early to call. Polls just closing there, and in Utah as well. Too early to call.
Let's look at the road to 270, the map, and show you where things break down right now. And right now, Biden with 89 electoral votes, Trump 72 on the road to 270.
Everybody kind of holding on to the states they were expected to hold on to. We haven't had any shockers yet, any flips. We do have something to report in the Georgia Senate race. There's actually 2 Senate races, and this one will advance to a runoff. Raphael Warnock there, the Democrat, having sufficient votes. We're projecting to get to that runoff, which will be held in early January. Chuck.
Right, and the question's going to be which one of Loeffler or Collins joins Warnock in there. By the way, a little nugget on Virginia that Mark Murray just learned. Virginia is the exact opposite. They've been only doing Election Day vote. They're going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that will tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead?
Awesome.
Well, I can give you one. I can get you one reason why he is. I'm going to take you to those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state. I want to show you around the Austin media market here. Austin, Travis County is a huge, big Democratic center. So these 2 adjacent counties here. Beto won them both. But I want to take you to Hayes here, number 1. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources, that there appears to be that Biden, while doing pretty well, is underperforming, particularly in the Austin media market. And this shows you right here. It's another reason why we have classified Trump as leading.
Oh,
and by the way, speaking of leading,
they actually light up
quickly, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you. Remember, Biden had the early lead. Well, the Republican vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000. You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more Election Day vote. There's still some early vote to count. So we've got a long way to go in Ohio. We know it's about a 50-50 split, the early vote, which we know favors Biden, the Election Day vote, which favors Trump. So watch for our orange and yellow lines here to see if they become 50-50. But the yellow,
so Jessica,
yellow, that's usually a pretty good
react
sign.
to the post, like do the heart thing or whatever.
Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden headquarters.
That
how are they feeling about the numbers and what we're seeing here?
Let's see if this works. I'll wait.
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there. So they are focused on those 2 states. And then, of course, the Midwest, their blue wall. That is where they think that ultimately Vice President Biden will prevail. They are very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have implications for the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And that is really where we began this discussion tonight. Why has Biden spent so much time in Pennsylvania over the past several weeks weeks throughout the course of this campaign, because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe Biden with its electoral votes. That's why he was there today in Scranton and in Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed, and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is
Did you have
trying to
Animal
win
Crossing,
that
by the
state
way,
back,
New
and
Horizons?
without
I was playing it
Pennsylvania,
earlier.
Very difficult for
If you
President
do,
Trump to
let's
return to the
totally,
White House. So it is a
island
critical
it
state
up.
for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And that brings us to Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win. He does have to contend with the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Savannah, good evening. Feeling very,
you do have
very
Animal
good.
Crossing.
I think Florida is a state that the
Do you wanna
president is
play?
definitely going to carry. Feel good about where we are with Georgia. We also feel good about North Carolina. I think we're going to win
500
by
hours
somewhere
in,
between
Jesus
50
Christ.
and
What happened to your island,
70,000
though?
votes. Also, when you take a look at some of the rural counties in
Island
Indiana,
sucks.
the way that we're performing with those small towns that are about 5,000 or less people, some of that can be extrapolated out and compared to, say, Wisconsin, Michigan. Looking at some of the rural areas, you look at Kent County in Michigan, for example, where we're increasing. So states where we have, or excuse me, counties where we have 75% or more.
How do you want to do
of
this?
the
You want to
vote
like
in so far.
message me
We're
your Dodo
increasing our
code,
margins in
or
Michigan
that's
by
probably easier
between
than
6
trying to
and
find me and add me.
7%. And I think one of the big surprises, there are two big surprises I think so far. Number one, I think President Trump is going to win Minnesota tonight. You look at the way the data is trending. We feel very good about that state. That's going to be a big shock to Biden and I think to a lot of folks, since we haven't won that since 1972. But the biggest story of the night so far, black voters and Latino voters helping to power President Trump forward, and I think will be the big difference in him being reelected tonight.
I know everything seems positive, but tell me the kind of thing that you started this evening wringing your hands over that still sits out there that you worry about.
Well, fundamentally, keep in mind that Democrats knew that they were going to have this early vote, the
that's
early
fine,
vote,
Jessica.
the absentee votes.
I
And
won't be
so
too
we actually
judgmental.
saw a lot of those early votes the same way that the Democrats did. What we thought, though, was different is that we would have this red wave, folks who would actually show up on Election Day, and the Democrats essentially had already cannibalized all of their votes. People who are likely Democratic primary voters who were going to vote, people who wanted to vote against President Trump basically did that right at the beginning of the early vote period. So we feel, so we're kind of concerned a little bit about that, but it looks like our models, our predictions for the turnout are looking to be right on track. And Democrats basically shot their wad in the early vote. They just don't have it
Shot
right
their
now. And that's
wad,
the
really?
difference in the enthusiasm factor.
You ready to
Our
put
folks are going to show up on Election Day. Theirs
It's like,
aren't.
excuse me,
ready to claim North
I don't think you
Carolina
can
on your
say
map?
shoot their wad.
I think that we will win by between 50 and 70,000 votes. So that's where we're tracking. All of the counties that are outstanding are counties that the president won in 2016. And so if you, again, we're past the polling aspect. I think one of the stories for tonight is that polling is broken. Polling is like Humpty Dumpty. It's smashed into 1,000 pieces. But when you look at the actual votes that are in and our modeling for where we're going to win North Carolina.
Jason Miller, thank you for coming on.
All right, let's turn to Chuck real quick. Polling is broken. You just heard it from Jason Miller. He said it's like Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Are you ready to declare that verdict?
I got my issues with some state polling, that's for sure. I mean, I think there is definitely an issue in that there's just there's no quality control with a lot of some of these pollsters you've never heard of and things like this. There's no doubt. We're finally starting to get some Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, see, you wanted to hear some Arizona? By the way, they did the big dump. I told you that's what they do. We went from
We know what
0
you want to do, Jessica.
to 69%, okay? Just to give you an estimate here, as you see, there's a significant chunk. They're doing what they said they'd do. They said they'd be able to handle both their early vote and some of their same-day vote. They'd be processing it together. And as you can see, we got a big chunk of it already.
You going to hide the dead bodies
and
first?
Biden has a good lead here. Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America, and somehow won statewide, but that person lost about like 1,000 votes. So as you see here, a 10-point lead right now in Maricopa with 77% in. And just so you can see, Donald Trump carried Maricopa. Mitt Romney carried Maricopa. John McCain carried Maricopa. Obviously, he was an Arizona native. So, look.
How much of Maricopa County is in?
77%.
Okay.
So, this is a good chunk. This is a big lead. Look, they needed something in the Sun Belt right now. I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We
Any
know
items
Florida
I need?
appears to be gone. I know we haven't officially called that yet. So
I mean, anything that makes my island look better, where Isabel will give me a better star
Arizona
rating.
looks like
She's being very temperamental right
make
now.
pollsters feel better.
Election
Let's
anxiety,
turn
I
to Casey
guess.
on that, I am from Arizona, so I know that, yes, while Maricopa County and Pima County are important, so are all the other counties, and they're largely red counties. What are you hearing, Casey?
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying that they expect, and Chuck touched on this, to have a little bit of a roller coaster here in terms of counting, that it'll look good initially
I'm having
for
cashews
Joe
and
Biden,
Diet
but then
Coke
we
for
may
dinner.
see them start to count
Me.
some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say that there does seem to be a difference between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat, is doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of the Cuban-American community, the Venezuelan-American community in Miami-Dade. Remember, of course, we've talked at length about how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually get a split result, Democrat win the Senate seat and potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level.
All right, got your message, Jessica. Let me.
A lot of time. The president's campaign has spent
Give me
a
a
lot of
second
time
to join you.
in Arizona over the years. We've got a new call to tell you about. It is too early to call in Ohio, but we are characterizing it a bit more, saying that the president is leading. Let's go to David Plouffe and Mike Murphy, two strategists, one Democrat, one Republican. So we've got the whole campaign covered here, although I will say Mike Murphy, Republican, who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
All right,
well,
one
I
second.
think the Democrats wanted a quick knockout in the Sun Belt, particularly in Florida, perhaps in North Carolina or Georgia. And we have to wait on North Carolina or Georgia. But Florida's interesting, even though it looks like Donald Trump is going to be president for life of Miami-Dade County, which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think, for Arizona. And what I'm seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt in a lean Republican state, is a very good sign for Michigan and Wisconsin and western Pennsylvania. There's no Miami-Dade County.
This asshole. All right. No. Mute. What are we doing? Okay. Close. Oh, no, I wish. Wish there was a goose in Animal Crossing. Maybe once you get to 1,000 hours, that's when the goose shows up. Goose for president 2020. Hey, we could do worse. All right, let me get all better situated. I'm a mess right now. Yeah, it'd probably be easier just to talk through the Facebook chat. It just takes way too long to type in this game, and I don't have the app. Yeah, the last person gave me a crown. But I do not expect the same from you. Biden projected winner in New Mexico. (94 to 72) in favor of Biden right now. Carson Daly looks so old now. That's very depressing. Not because of the way he looks, but it makes me feel old. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can hide this. I guess you can see it right there too. Okay. All right. I don't think anyone's, I mean, there's only like fucking 5 people watching this anyway. So kudos if you do join us and find us. CC's, so. Is that right? Oh, I think I put it in wrong. That's probably my fault. Oh god, I gotta go through all this shit again. Yeah, I wish it would let you edit the code too. Like, what's the point of him searching again if the whatever? We're almost there. Damn you, internet. They don't care whose life they ruin. Alright, I'm gonna see this again. CC0G5. Okay, I don't... Can you try doing another code, Jessica? I don't know what's that's wrong. Did I get the code wrong, or... Let me know. Because I am not going to give up on this. I mean, it must be the wrong code, or you typed it in wrong, or I don't know, but I've tried 2 different times, and like I double and triple checked it. So, but I mean, you can come to my island too. It's either way is fine. I can't give you anything, though. Do you want to come over to my island? Vape too hard. Yeah, there's no vaping allowed on my island. Okay, let me try that one. Giant pot leaf on my island. Oh, I cannot wait. You know what's pretty crazy? Like, speaking of weed, like, Joe Biden, like, as much of an old cruftery he is, his platform, the Democratic platform, is a lot more progressive than Obama's back in 2004. Like, things like marijuana and gay marriage and even things like immigration and stuff. Okay, let's get the code in. Hopefully that is a G. And I want to put on my glasses. Yes! Okay, this is going to take a while. Get some more nuts. All right, Jessica, I'm coming for you. That my wife picked that name. Farm. This is only the second time I've come to someone else's island. I don't have friends. Oh, nice. Man, I suck compared to everyone else. Oh, here I am. Is that you? Oh, wow. That is pretty awesome. Like, that is... Oh my god, okay, I'm moving in. This is my island now. Like, even your non-playable characters are cooler than mine. Yes, I moved here. I live here now. Oh, that's the, How did you make that? Like, I'm so novice in this game, like, the things I see people do, where it's like, I didn't even know that that was a thing you can do in the game. pot everywhere. Where are you growing it? This is all so cool. Sorry, I'm just like... Oh, Photoshop? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I know there's a web app where you can upload like a JPEG. We did that with our dog. You got Mega Rich making custom signs? Really? In the game or in real life? Oh, you're even terraforming too? I am so... Oh my god, you can just hop on it? Okay, I bow to the master. All right, show me your tools. I want to see if there's anything, because I got like the basics, like the slingshot and the shovel and the axe and all that. Do you have anything more advanced than that you get later on? Yeah, that's crazy that people are making money by selling like Animal Crossing stuff. You know, it'd be like really baller, like if someone was able to like make like 3D prints of your island. Like, that would be really cool. Like all the little pieces and everything. You've gold. Show me your golden tools. Do you buy those or do you have to craft them? How was your Halloween, by the way, in Animal Crossing? I played a little bit, but I had other things to do. But from what I saw, it was pretty cool. Like, I wish I got to play online. Yeah, like I've heard about those websites. Like, how do they work? Do you just like do you tell them what you want, or do you like upload a file? Like, I know there's like files specifically for 3D printing, but you had a lot of candy save up. I didn't take advantage of that, and I feel bad because they were offering pretty good money for that. I did have some pumpkins though. I sold them all, but I think I'm growing a couple more. I love this moon. Like, it looks like I have a moon like this in my home, like one of those light up ones, like for like a nightlight. Okay, I want to run around, so if there's anything cool you want to show me, just guide me, okay? Like, I don't want to just like run around like I own the place. Yes, make me a moon. What is the haunt one again? Okay, hold on. All right, I'm following you. Oh my god, that's so cool. You got stairs. A little ramp. I don't think I could fit on there. Sorry. Okay, but this is all cool. Like I'm curious. Like, did you like start out like you wanting to like do all this, like this whole big shebang, or did it just happen piece by piece? Did you spend like a whole weekend just building stuff up? Like this is like Sims level of customization. I used to be really big in The Sims, even though my computer at the time ran like shit. Trump, pretty close to calling Texas. Sorry, I'm also trying to do political commentary at the same time, Jessica. He's probably gonna win Ohio. What's this? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to walk on your little pumpkin things. Okay. I shouldn't have drank that Diet Coke because now I'm like, I'm burpy. Okay, where'd you go? Oh, you're working on a rock garden? Okay. Biden, like, beating that ass in Iowa. 0% in Nevada. Oh, wow, he's winning in Montana? This is cool. These are blue tulips. Electoral College is currently Biden 98, Trump 92. Actually, yeah, I have like one more spot for something, so sure. Give me some flowers. I'm not trampling on them, am I? Biden beating that ass. You know, Joe Biden has his own Animal Crossing island. Are you texting me? Can you customize your phone? This all looks really cool. Like, I just want to, like, give you proper kudos for this. Oh, you can customize your phone? Can I make mine look like a T-Mobile Sidekick? What's Lucky saying? Creative Coconut. I don't even know if I have a nickname. Falafel Master. Is that a double entendre? Where was that thing that said free? I wish there was. I have one of these too in my island. I wish, like, you can go in it. Like, some of these things, like, I don't want to just turn the light on. Oh, I need a bigger backpack. Do I have the money? I should. Did that give me more pockets? No, it did not. Was that a complete waste? That's just something you... All right. Oh my god. Thank you. I don't even have more room in my wallet. Like, I don't even have, like, where did you get all this money? Oh my god. Like, am I able to get a bigger wallet? Oh, yeah, because you're super rich. Okay, well, I can't take any more, so feel free to keep that. Like, I don't think you can send it as a gift or not, but, oh, okay. I guess I can go back home and... I'm, like, worried, though. Like, I'm not going to be able to come back. Not that you're not going to let me in, but, like, there's just going to be, like, some shenanigans with Animal Crossing. Okay. Don't feel like you have to entertain me, though. Like, if you have to go or do something, Jessica, let me know. Kind of reminds me of like the old Final Fantasy games where you do like the little airship thing. Okay, let me drop this money off and go to the bank. Oh, I guess I can pay my loan too. Yeah, help me pay my house off. That's where the money can go. I always forget where everything is. Like every time It's like every time I turn this game on, like it might as well be the first time I've ever played it. Yeah, I need more storage space. I hope this doesn't show my bank information. Oh, well, there you go. No more loan. Thank you, Jessica. Trump wins Missouri. Okay, I'm coming back. Actually, do I have any more? Okay. I hope I don't have to put your code back in. I'm gonna have to. 3 hours, 12 minutes we've been streaming. How many different islands have you been to? Like, it only gives me the option of going to Harps, and that's lame unless I want to fucking mine.
That's 20 electoral votes in his column, Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. You know, this, if I were to show the most, if you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time. But, you know, this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, that's Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the ball? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're telling people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio, and Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're Pennsylvania.
Rock. Oh, no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got
all right, come back.
Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming. He also mentioned Ashtabula County. Chuck pointed that out a minute ago. It is up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that.
Back, Jessica. Give me your money. What is that? Vaping is really popular on this island. Spism chat, eh? Okay, I'm just seeing your last comment, Jessica. Nukazon? Nikazon. The hell are you? How hard was it for you to get to 3 stars where you can terraform, Jessica? Did you die? Where the hell are you? Like, I went from 2 to 1 star in the past couple of weeks. What am I doing wrong? Like, I know you're supposed to make the island look nice and everything, but... Oh, this is nice. Is this where you have picnics? With your man? You have so much cool stuff. I'm jealous. Well, where are you, Jessica? There's a minute delay. Well, could be worse. Trump could be president again. Like anyone cares who's winning in Senate in Alabama. Are you running away from me? Oh, there you are. Lindsey Graham is gonna beat that guy who was in the plexiglass barrier, which I ain't mad at him for. Surprised Lindsey Graham's. I mean, whatever. Okay. I think I have enough money for now, Jessica. Like, I don't want to keep going back and forth. But, thank you. Actually, let me buy some shit. Just while I'm here. That way I can take more money. If I know where the hell to go. Oh, okay. Nick's Cranny closes at 9 p.m. So I just barely missed it. But I wonder if that's like by your time zone. Like, I forget where you live, but that's actually something I want to know. Why is it says 9:11 p.m. and really? What? It's 8:51 here. How is that even possible? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because every time I want to play this game, everything is already closed down. So, it's probably why I don't get as much out of this game as you do. Like, why the fuck would anyone buy an orange in this game when you can just shake any tree and get one? Yeah, all this sucks. I mean, I guess I can buy the red sparkler, even though I don't have any room. Actually, I'll take 5 of these and then I'll sell them later. Is this a better slingshot? Oh, it's the same? Okay, well. Whatever. Like, I don't think I'm getting good prices on these. I already bought that. Oh, oh, now I need to get rid of more shit then. Okay, I don't need this stone. Now I gotta go outside and get rid of it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna buy all this shit. And I need to get rid of the bullshit. Should have put it in storage, because I know I'm gonna need it later. Does this do anything? Oh, okay. Am I gonna blow myself up? I need to play this game with more people. Like, that makes things so much easier. They just give me all their money. I'll be taking one of these. 73,000 bells. Ain't no thing. Oh, you can move your hand during sparklers to make figure eights? Okay. Yeah, sure, just give it to me. Fine, whatever. Can I buy the fire can do? Does that do anything? Oh, I don't need that. I gotta check on my dog real quick. She's gotta eat. She's right here, though. Can you eat your food? You guys want pets? Yeah, give me 1 second, Jessica. I just want to make sure my dog is okay. Say something to the people, Anime. Yeah, my wife dyed her for Halloween, as you can tell. She's supposed to be at day camp today, but then she got in a fight. You're a killer. If I can still play this. Okay. I'm back. She might have to wiggle out of my arms, so let's see how long she can put up with this. Oh, that's cool. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Oh, I have one in my hand right now. So, how do I... Like, do I do the joystick, or do I, like... What am I doing wrong? Anime, what am I doing wrong? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, yeah, it is. Okay, I thought I had to do like a motion or something. Okay, that's cool. I got my fix. I just want to talk to all your villagers because I don't have any of these. California goes to Joe Biden, 0%. The 0%. Oregon did the right thing with their 7 electoral votes. Washington goes to Biden. Idaho. I think that's too close to call. Florida right now is in Trump's favor, but it is still too close to call, and it is too important. My dog is about to fall out of my lap. North Carolina, Trump 50%, still too close to call. Ohio, 52.9% in favor of Trump. Georgia is probably going to go to Trump. Like, how is that one too close to call? Virginia is going to go to Trump. Oh, Wisconsin. Still close. That's surprising. Like, I've been to Wisconsin. It's pretty conservative. Minnesota doing the right thing with their 10 electoral votes. Maine looking so far it's in Trump land. They have a weird voting situation though in Maine. How is it called? Oh, ranked voting. So it's possible for both Trump and Biden to get electoral votes in Maine, but they have so little in the first place, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so Biden 192, Trump 114. Is it like 240 or 260 to win the Electoral College? So we've got a ways to go. It probably says on the screen and I just can't read it. Okay, is there anything else we can do, Jessica? Can you do you want to show me inside your house? I think that's the one thing we've got to do. Is this your house? Oh, wow. I'm not intruding, am I? Oh, wow, yeah, you got a lot of stuff. Oh. Well, I'll wait until you come in here before I don't want to intrude. You just come in? Okay. Oh, that's really cool. I wish I had a room where I can just like make as loud noise as I want. Just break things. This is really cool. Hold on. This is a really cool room. Oh. Have you ever tried getting like a group of friends to just do like a concert? Oh. This was really cool, Jessica. That'd be totally cool if you did get like a group of friends to do a concert and then like you sold you sold like tickets, or people like give you like PayPal and you give them the Dodo code. It's a free idea for you. Oh, I like the little doggy too. Is that everything? Did we see everything? Oh, I didn't think we went in here. Oh my god. This is cool. I am not worthy. Oh, my wife would love the pinball machine. Did you buy that? This is... Oh my god. Okay, can we switch islands? Oh, I just want to touch everything. Does that make your hair stand up? I have the crown, so I can't see. You have all the pinball machines? Yes, I want some pinball machines too. How does that work? I'm probably gonna have to take my dog out for a walk soon. She's whining. You can pick up and drop an item, then you can buy them from your Nook ATM. Okay, do I have to do anything right now though? Oh, are you shitting? Pinball machine. Like, it totally looks like you're just, like, shitting. I don't even think I have space. Oh, I do. Foosball table? Okay. I'm getting rid of these mushrooms. And then I gotta take my dog out. Oh, Jesus, I forgot I had the sparkler. Yeah, my dog is losing it, so... Oh, I did not want to swap that. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me get that. Jesus Christ, I need a bigger wallet. I don't need this mini table. I have so much money. I don't even know what to get rid of. I guess I can get rid of this bamboo. Dog is attacking my lights. Okay, like I don't have, okay, I can get rid of this mushroom. There's just too much awesomeness here. Okay, this is the last thing I think I can take, and then I gotta go take my dog out. So, thank you for those things. I appreciate that, but I gotta go. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you. I gotta go and take my dog out and poop. Hopefully, nothing crazy happens in the news while I'm gone. Okay, I'm off. Thank you. Can I make it? Oh, Jesus. Can I just go? I appreciate it. My dog is really losing it, but I gotta get off this island. Okay, I'm gonna put on some kind of thing that says I'll be back.
Like a lawyer.
NBC News election, you meant that in a really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Okay, I gotta go.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
way of death across centuries. Has been an American way of death
I didn't realize that
across
stopped playing.
centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go
Hey,
to
there's
work.
people who stuck with me.
She's
Awesome.
Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my
just
six-part
to make sure
podcast,
people know
Kamala,
I'm still
Next
on.
in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
I didn't know
Are people
Pink was
there
a political
concerned about what
correspondent.
impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Four hours we've been streaming.
This night has not been short on excitement.
Where
We
has
still have a
time
lot of
gone?
votes to count. Let's show you where we are. 11:30 East Coast time, 8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call at this hour, but the president does have a lead. And in Texas, it's too early to call, but the president has taken a lead there as well.
Another closely watched state, the state of North Carolina, that is too close to call. Ohio, it's too early in Ohio, but Trump leads there.
Let's look at Georgia. Democrats had been hoping for this one. It's too early to call. We'll see how the votes shake out there. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update
All right,
folks. I know
unless
everybody's
someone
wondering
asks me
a few
about
states
Animal
here.
Crossing
Let's start
or
west to
another
east.
game, I'm
Arizona,
probably
I
going to
told
have
you we've
it
been
on
75%
the
reporting. We're
news for
stuck.
a
We
while.
don't have any new vote, so
Unless
not anything new
nothing
to report there. We
happens.
still have Biden leading.
But I'm
Let's
going
go
to
over
try to
North
stay
Carolina, which
alive
we haven't
until
called.
11.
We're still stuck at 95% reporting.
So another
we may
hour and a
be
half.
in one of these sort of
Not expecting there to be a winner by then.
if you will. This
That's-
still looks
would be
pretty good
shocked
for Donald
if
Trump.
that happened.
North Carolina and here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. Still 24% in the Atlanta, in DeKalb County. we got only half the vote in Fulton, which is Atlanta itself. Cobb, 66%. By the way, I want to show you a little bit something here on Cobb. Cobb has made a remarkable transformation, okay? It has gone, it's literally swinging almost 20 points, and we've seen this move that's been happening there, and you see from 2008, it may swing as much as 20 points. So it's just an interesting, and Cobb County, of course, is where Newt Gingrich launched the Republican Revolution that brought the modern Republican Party today that Donald Trump leads, was essentially founded right there in Cobb County, which is now turning blue.
Is Georgia a swing state for this election only?
I think Georgia is a state that is headed into purple territory. We're seeing tonight. This is going, when all the votes are counted, this is going to be a very tight race. And frankly, it's going to be a bit of a coin flip. We got to see how much vote actually comes out of these Atlanta suburbs. But one thing about tonight is, and I do think Joe Biden has come up short in the
I'm just sitting
Sun
back
Belt,
for a while.
but these are very competitive races. We are moving, and look, our population has moved that way too. Within a decade, we will spend more time on the Sun Belt on election nights than we do in the Rust Belt. For now, though, Joe Biden needs the Rust Belt.
All right, Andrea?
And when you come to the Rust Belt, the Biden people, the Democrats I'm talking to in Michigan and Minnesota, well, you talked to Amy Klobuchar earlier, they are relatively confident because what you're seeing is the election day vote. The early vote is not yet being counted. You've got 3.2 million votes out there in Michigan, and they believe that those votes are trending 61% Democratic, just based on the profile of what they're seeing. So as you heard from Senator Coons, they're not really that worried about Michigan and Minnesota.
Let me turn to Casey. Casey, what are your thoughts right here? Are we seeing any real surprises here?
Well, Lester, I would say that while I agree with Andrea and my Democratic sources are saying that, you know what, we should have expected this exact scenario to play out tonight. They call it the red mirage. The reality is this is a more disappointing night for Democrats than they were hoping it would be from a big picture perspective. And that's for these states that we've been talking about in the Sun Belt. You know, they really thought North Carolina, frankly, was a place where they could edge it out by a point. Georgia is still, I think, an open question, as Chuck was just outlining, for all of the reasons to do, particularly with the suburbs of Atlanta. I think Florida was probably expected, but Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race. And some of these polls that, frankly, they were media polls, they were internal polls to the campaigns, to the super PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work with. And just like in 2016, frankly, most people who were reading those polls were all thinking that we might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election, and that's just not happening. And Democrats were also very confident about potentially taking as many as winning back as many as 15 additional seats in the House of Representatives, and instead they're seeing some surprising losses in places like Miami-Dade County. They didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really optimistic about. A congressman in Staten Island in New York, it looks as though he's losing. These are all signs that the country is as divided as ever, that this is not some sort of overwhelming across-the-map rebuke of President Trump, and it is, in fact, going to be kind of prolonged fight that, many people expected, clearly, that the Biden campaign was anticipating. And that's not to say that Biden can't still pull this out, but it's a tough
night for Democrats. All right, Casey, thanks very much. We're going to pause here briefly to allow some of our stations to rejoin our coverage.
Welcome back. Our coverage of Election Night 2020 rolls on. Many of you rejoining us in the Eastern and Central time zones, and we will give you some numbers. Let's start it up. Wisconsin, too early to call. We will continue to march through the Midwest.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is too early to call.
In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Joe Biden does have a lead there. In Minnesota, too early to call. We'll continue to keep our eye on what happens there, as we've had dueling predictions on this set tonight.
Yeah, too early to call in Maine. Arizona, one we're watching very carefully right now, is too early. Biden seems to be leading there.
Yeah, we're kind of frozen in the votes that have come in Arizona. We're waiting for more. In Iowa, too early to call. That's how the race shakes out at this moment. And in Nevada, it is too early to call. Waiting on
I'm
votes
streaming to my
Same story
Facebook,
in Montana, too early to call.
Twitter,
Let's look at
YouTube,
where we
and
are on this
Twitch.
road to 270 right now. You can see Biden leading with 192 to 114
Hey,
for
mobile
Donald
noob.
Trump. 270, the magic number. That's the prize.
We were hearing about paths, and I heard Chris Coons claim, they still have a lot of paths to 270. These paths are narrowing right now, and I want to look. We have the real map, and you'll see here faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column. Arizona, Nevada, I'm going ahead and I'm putting some of Maine and some of Trump in that column. So I just want to show you where we are, and you start to see here how narrow this is. So let's assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the three states he had 5+
There's
point
still
leads
hope
in.
you will.
See his electoral vote number there, guys? Sitting at 265. And this is making some assumptions here. I'm just, now you see that if Georgia doesn't come through, if Iowa, now any of these three can put him over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to tilt Trump. Georgia, we're waiting on Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. But look what it comes down to. Scranton, Scranton, Scranton.
Well, we
decided Scranton says better than Pennsylvania, 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 because you got to kind of do it like that. But I'm just saying the paths have narrowed for everybody. We are looking at a close election, and this feels a little bit like 2004 meets 1976. For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday, according to the text I just got from
2004 didn't take that long.
Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting could take a while.
And we need to roll up our sleeves.
Yes.
I'm just saying, we're getting close to midnight. Maybe the coat comes off. Maybe we roll up the sleeves. Maybe we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight,
I feel so sorry for them. They have no idea when they're going to go home.
Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling? Are they sweating it?
Well, look, they are certainly watching a couple of these states quite closely, and I think one is Arizona. One person close to the campaign telling me they feel encouraged by Arizona, because if he wins Arizona, then he doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania. But as Chuck just mentioned, these paths are really narrowing. So if Biden wins Arizona, then he has to have a sweep of those Midwestern states. He has to hold on in Michigan, in Wisconsin. He cannot afford to lose any of those states. That's why you saw Biden barnstorming those states in the final days of this campaign. But where did he spend his most time? In Pennsylvania. Where was he today? In Scranton. That's, of course, the place where he was born. He visited the place where he grew up. And so it becomes so critical that the Biden campaign gets the type of turnout that they were pushing for in the suburbs, in the area in and around Philadelphia, that the African-American turnout is strong, because it wasn't what it needed to be back in 2016. And so that is why Biden visited Pennsylvania more than any other swing state, 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just beginning in Pennsylvania, and so they are urging everyone to be cautious and to brace for what could be a days-long process of counting these votes, but they say they're going to do it. They say they are going to count every vote. Now, some Democrats have privately been quite critical of Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't been aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to
I got game over. I've never gotten
today.
game over on a 3
Super
Mario.
He wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina and in Georgia, which we see now are just so incredibly tight. This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left it all out on the field. Biden reiterated that. But undoubtedly, some Democrats are looking at this map, and they are thinking quite seriously about that. But at this hour, again, there is still optimism within the campaign.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's turn to Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins us now. Corey, you've been through this before. You were there in 2016. There's a lot for you to like on this map, and there's stuff to give you pause, namely Arizona, which is leaning Biden at this hour. How are you feeling about your chances?
Obviously, we're very cautiously optimistic. But that being said, if Joe Biden wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald Trump in a series of states. And one state isn't going to be enough. Look, Donald Trump had an enormous victory tonight in the state of Florida. He's up over 400,000 votes in what has historically been the battleground of battleground states. And let me just remind the viewers that the last 6 people who won the state of Florida went on to become the president of the United States. So we feel very good about where we are right now. We feel very good about the campaign that we've run, and we look forward to having all the votes counted.
Are we going to hear from the president tonight, win or lose?
Well, look, I think it's still very early in the evening. If you guys remember, 4 years ago, I don't think the AP officially called the race till sometime after 2:30 in the morning, and then the president spoke sometime around 3 a.m. So, look, obviously, the AP is the final arbiter of where the race stands. It's still very early in this race, so I think it'd be premature as we sit here right now in the 11:30 hour to think about having anybody come down and call anything.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting calling, but I was wondering if we would hear from him at some point.
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some more of the results as they come in. But I can tell you, as we sit here right now, we're very comfortable knowing that we're going to win in the state of Texas. We have won the state of Ohio. We've tracked this very, very closely. I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina. And as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
I could have guessed this guy was a Trump guy.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those
20 million
mail-in
miles
votes,
away.
they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
Well, of course, look, the president, of course, he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done properly. And if they're postmarked on time and they follow the rules, then of course that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been.
Is this where you tell yourself
This
to
is
sleep
a state
at night?
that Joe Biden claims to be his home state, even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years. He claims Pennsylvania as his home. The truth is, we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania. We believe we're going to win the state of Pennsylvania. But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada, the state of Pennsylvania potentially does not come into factor as much it may have if, those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson joining us now from the White House with more of the View there. Hallie?
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski there, of course, the president's former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now. Talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close there. There is a sense that they are seeing some of these numbers, some of these early numbers from places like Pennsylvania. I would include places like Michigan in there as well, from what I'm hearing from sources, where they are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw in 2016. A sense that, again, the polls may have missed the mark in some of these states. The state of Arizona, as we're showing that, NBC News, to be very clear here, has not made a call in that state. I do think there is an acknowledgement that that is not going right now in President Trump's favor. I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona there. But those are, I think, some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out a what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at least a come from a dead heat kind of win from a very narrow path to be able to do that again tonight. There is some optimism here. And I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning. And from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right, Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school or back to work, we're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
All right, let's get back in the Mario Galaxy. Whee! This is such a good game. I just wish I didn't suck at it. Pennsylvania won't finish counting until at least Friday. I mean, they don't necessarily have to finish counting, though, for them to call the state. In a fair democracy, they would, but I imagine that the state will be called much sooner than that. The second Mario Galaxy is even harder. I wish it would have been part of this Super Mario 3D All-Stars pack. There's like no easy way to play it now. I mean, I guess there is for us because we have a Wii, but you get my drift. What am I doing? Oh, I didn't see this one last time. Oh, I love stuff like this. Like, it kind of reminds me of like an MC Escher puzzle thing. I don't think I can get that yet. Wait, how do I get that? That is such a mindfuck. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh. That's the ticket. Oh, shit like this like sometimes gives me a headache. Okay, I get it. Nothing. I love how there would just be a shooting star that just gives you like all the little fragment things. Oh, I died when I was reading your comment, Laz. How dare you? Like, I don't remember sucking at this game so much like when I first played it. It was like in 2009. Yeah, no, that's definitely true about Pennsylvania. Florida is different. But yeah, no, like, but I think it still goes to where Trump definitely needs Pennsylvania. Biden doesn't. He'd look like a little bitch if he didn't. But there's still a few different pathways to victory if Biden wins. Whereas if Trump doesn't win Pennsylvania, then that, like, it's almost game over. There are other, yeah. So that's why I'm not as worried. Although that would be kind of sad. That would be really sad if Trump won Pennsylvania. There's like no reason he should win Pennsylvania. Sorry. Until 11 p.m. Yeah, I'm done streaming at 11 p.m. because I died again. Like, I'm definitely not doing this all night. Yeah, and I took the dog out like 20-30 minutes ago. I'll take her out again. Like, I don't know why we're having this conversation over the stream chat, but yeah, no, I got you. Oh, we got another person from Twitch. Thank you for hosting me, Laz. I'll be nicer. If you see me up like at 2 a.m., shut my phone off, do what you gotta do. Don't let me become that person. What's not as uncommon as people think? I died again. Jesus. I hope people are not coming in thinking I'm playing Animal Crossing. I was playing Animal Crossing. I don't think you saw it, but I had one person come to my island, Laz, and then I went to another person's island, and they both gave me a lot of money and stuff. So Farm Island is gonna be okay. So I should just do more Animal Crossing live streams. And then we can just pay for everything we want that way. Okay, I'm gonna die again. Okay, let's see if I can do this without dying for the 20th time. I don't know who the person who came to my island. She just saw my code. I had it on screen. But she was really cool. I was worried at first, but she just kept giving me stuff, and I'm like, okay. She wasn't very talkative, but like from what we did exchange, like she seemed like a pretty cool person. The other person whose island I went to, I've known her on Facebook a while, and she had a really cool island. If you go to like hour 2.5 or something, you can check it out. Oh shit, I'm dying. Like, she had a pinball machine, and then thankfully I got the DIY recipe for it, so now I can have pinball machines on our island. Like, if one good thing comes out of tonight, it's that we got a pinball machine for our Animal Crossing island. Thank the lords. Oh yeah, jump on that thing and it creates the vine. Okay, I ran into this problem last time. Oh, okay. Dude. Just keep... Oh shit, I'm gonna die. One up. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay. Here's where I kept dying last time. So I kept falling into that black hole. I know I can hit these things, but then they just keep coming. And they hit me. Oh! Okay, and then this thing over here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, starting to do good. Ohio goes to Trump. I hate these little things, they're so hard to kill. I almost threw the Joy-Con at the screen. That would have been fun. I would have called it a night at that point. You don't scare me. Pillsbury. That only made him angry. Booty the booty. There we go. Thank you. I need you to cheer me on. Booty. Booty booty.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really see these prompts anymore. Do you want to save yours? Of course I do. Like, there's times as a kid where I pressed the wrong button and I was so mad because it didn't save my game. I know all this. Okay. Goodbye, Laz. See you soon. You gotta make him fat. Biden 192, Trump 136 in the Electoral College. Forgot what I have to do. Did this. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for this. That didn't sound good.
tonight, it appears that the Senate will be a Republican majority. I don't actually see how, even with a runoff in Georgia, that Democrats can take control of the upper chamber. They've won in Arizona, apparently beating Martha McSally. They've won in Colorado, but they've lost Alabama. Susan Collins looks pretty good, and it looks like Nancy Pelosi will be back as Speaker of the House. So all told, the deeply divided cliche is going to be with us for another 2 to 4 years, as no matter who wins, Biden and Trump. And I think it's a coin flip right now. I don't think we know. I don't think anyone can say with certainty. But the president, there certainly is no red wave. There certainly is no blue wave. There is, however, Mitch McConnell sitting there in Kentucky, fairly certain he's going to be running the Senate for another 2 years.
All right. Thank you to both of you. We'll check back in. Gabe Gutierrez is in Milwaukee. And what are you hearing there, Gabe?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, behind me is where hundreds of election workers are trying to count those absentee ballots that we've been talking about. You just heard Chuck saying we might not hear results here in Wisconsin for the next several hours, and that is what we're hearing from local election officials. Of course, Savannah, you know that Wisconsin is one of those states that does not allow absentee ballots to be counted before Election Day. Well, that process started today. They've been counting about 1,500 to 2,000 absentee ballots an hour. Now, Savannah, President Trump had been trailing here in the polls over the last several weeks, but we spoke to many of his supporters over the last several days, and they insist do not count him out. A message that he's been repeating constantly here in Wisconsin over the last several weeks is that of law and order, and it does resonate with his base here. Of course, Wisconsin, Kenosha, 45 minutes south of Milwaukee, where I am right now. More than 2 months ago, the shooting of Jacob Blake. President Trump has been hitting hard that campaign theme of law and order. Also, another major issue here in Wisconsin is the pandemic. Of course, Wisconsin, one of those states that is seeing a surge in cases. About 85% of the COVID hospital beds in this state remain full. Certainly, it's a major issue for voters here in Wisconsin. And we spoke with supporters of Joe Biden who came to vote this morning that said for them it was the critical issue. But again, also the economy, also top of mind here in Wisconsin, of course. But we are awaiting those results, Savannah, now with the race shifting like it has, and more attention now placed in Wisconsin. We're expecting those results in the next several hours, possibly by 5 a.m. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. I was just looking over at Chuck because I wondered if anything's shaking in
Well,
Georgia.
I saw just another news organization seemed to be indicating some movement toward the Democrats, and I just haven't seen it yet. So I'm just
We're still waiting
curious.
for that vote in the Atlanta
Still wait. I
suburbs.
mean, literally, Atlanta hasn't moved. What do we've added one percentage point in Arizona in the last hour in trying to get votes. So we are in that period of time where it's going to trickle in now, rather than maybe, like I said, I do expect that one. I was told we were going to get this one giant dump of Milwaukee vote, but late tonight. So that is something worth staying up for. So put the pot of coffee on. My son was just asking me, why is everything too early to call? It's after midnight. I'm like, why aren't you in bed?
It actually feels too late to call, but I know what he means.
Can't say the words
Yes,
too early
exactly.
anymore. We're like, wait, it's late. That's what he keeps saying.
Ask him why he's up so late.
That's what I did. That was my response.
Well, Tom Brokaw's up, an NBC News senior correspondent, veteran of more than a half-century of presidential
Oh, my God,
elections.
he's still alive?
Tom Brokaw joins us. Tom, great to see you. Give us your observations of what we're seeing and versus what a lot of expectations were going into this night.
You know, I've been covering presidential politics in this country since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now. And it's the second cycle of this kind of division, with President Trump surprising everybody the first time, and fair to say, surprising everyone a second time with his strong showing. I think he made a very clever move in the last couple of weeks, in which he said to the country, go back to work. It's time to get the economy going again. The COVID, we're close to getting that solved, so you can go back and earn some money and get your business going again. I think it helped him a lot, frankly. People were wanting to hear that. I also think over the course of the
Whether it was
last year,
true or not,
there's been some difficulty in, if you will, in the country about police shooting black people under circumstances that were indefensible. And at the end of the episode, there were a lot of white people who were supporting the black demonstrators until the black demonstrators kind of lost control. And they were not just demonstrating anymore. They were going into streets and they were robbing stores and they were tipping over cars, and it went on most of the summer. How much of that had to do with it, I'm not sure. But it was a long way from Dr. King, who was so successful with a program of nonviolence. So how that played into
totally
all
all
this, I don't
nonviolent.
know. But I think in the last couple of weeks that Trump made a very clever move by saying you can go back to work. He's dead wrong. COVID virus is going to get worse, not better. And in fact, this country is going to be under the very dark cloud of that for the foreseeable future. So however this turns out tonight, we've got a lot of things to worry about in this country. And the only way we're going to get them resolved is to find a way to work together.
We are confronting a lot, and of course, there was a lot of peaceful passion in the streets. Tom, thanks. And we should note that while some important things have gone Donald Trump's way, this is we are not. No one's near 270 right now, so a lot to cover here.
A lot of votes to be counted yet. Break now. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues in just a moment.
All right, awesome. Got about 45 minutes before I call it a night.
We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Check Twitter.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust. Understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Doesn't seem to be anything too
And those are the
exciting
states
going on in
we
Twitter world.
await as Decision 2020 election night rolls on. There's a lot more votes to be counted, and it's kind of a jump ball at this moment.
Look, Hugh Hewitt said it. He said coin flip. I think that's where I'm at right now. I'm not ready to say I think I know anything about what we thought Wisconsin and Michigan would do. A lot of that early vote we still get counting. But speaking of polling, since there's a lot of people complaining about pollsters, we're going to bring in ours. Let me bring in our polling team, Republican pollster Bill McInturn from Public Opinion Strategies, Democratic pollsters Peter Hart and Jeff Horwit of Hart Research Associates. Bill, I'll start with you. The three of you just put out an interesting memo, essentially laying it out, is sort of explaining, and I guess, Bill, explain it to us. We went into this race thinking it could be tighter in the battlegrounds, but that Biden was a clear favorite. What did we miss, or is it still too early to see what we missed?
Well, I think what we did, including on your show, Meet the Press on Sunday, we led with, hey, guess what? For a race that nationally, and by the way, Biden's going to win comfortably nationally, this is very competitive, and it's very competitive in the swing states. And what we talked about on Sunday, based on our polling, is that there is a white non-college voter across the industrial Midwest in Florida and North Carolina, where there were a lot of votes. They said they were going to vote for Trump by 30-plus points in Election Day. The Republican National Committee spent a year to turn these people out, and they've done that job. They produced those margins, and they made this a very, very competitive race today. But I think these are things we talked about on Sunday that we were seeing and could happen.
Peter Hart, I joked with my staff this morning. I told them about the 1976 race. You know, history says, well, of course Jimmy Carter won that race. And of course a Democrat took over after the Nixon-Ford era. But that race closed dramatically fast. And I think some older viewers tonight might be having a flashback to that.
Well, it isn't 1976. Actually, it's 1968. There, the country was badly divided over race, over the war, and essentially they made a change in a narrow win by Richard Nixon. I think this election is very much the same. Voters are going to narrowly make a change, but you're going to have to wait and see at this stage.
No, there's no doubt. Jeff Horwit, answer the critique of the polling community. And I've been making it clear to folks internally that I think the problem are these public state polls that sort of, you know, maybe besmirch the reputation of quality national polls or others. But it does seem as if these state polls massively misled us.
Yeah, well, I think we, rightfully so, as an industry, need to be judged by the results, and we will, and that's important. I do think it's important right now to keep perspective. We have talked about how this election is being decided two ways, one on Election Day and one with voters who voted earlier by mail. And those votes in places like Pennsylvania are in many places are yet to be counted. So we should be judged. We should be looked at that. But there are two numbers that are important here. One is that Joe Biden is leading nationally by over 1.1 million votes, and that about 1 in 4 votes have not yet been counted. So I think it's important to make sure that we are looking at the industry as a whole and how the results come in. But also, as we've talked about, it's important to be patient, make sure the votes are counted, and at the end of the day, look at the end of the days when we're done with it, know who the winner is and have all the votes counted to look at the industry and see how we've done.
Bill McInturn, do you have a theory on what we're seeing in the Sun Belt and why the polling basically seemed to be, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 points in air towards the Democrats?
You mean, are you talking about Arizona? Are you talking about
the Sun Belt
Carolina?
states? I'm talking about North Carolina, Florida in particular are the ones that stick out pretty clearly, but I could throw in Ohio in there if you'd like, and a couple of these other states we've seen.
There's a few things. First, white non-college men are voting for Donald Trump between 30 to 45 point margin. That's a lot of margin. And then also remember, in Florida, President Trump is at something like 45% of the Hispanic vote, a new record or new high since George Bush. And there's even some states where he's picking up a little chunk of African American.
I just suddenly got really tired.
Margins matter. And so the coalition that Trump said he would put together, which is non-college whites, especially men, a little Latino, and a very small amount of African Americans.
Little
Watch
Latino.
that happen tonight.
Peter, are we
Sprinkle
really
it in
starting
there.
to see what could be a future, what Donald Trump's putting together here? He's appealing to working class men of all stripes. That's what we're seeing, I think, in some of these Latino numbers and some of these African American numbers. Are the two parties going to start organizing themselves along those lines if somehow you take Donald Trump out of the equation when it comes to race?
Well, I think that's a good possibility, but I think what stood out to me about the numbers tonight is that Joe Biden won the macro
Joe
war,
Biden expected to speak
in
shortly.
terms of communicating with voters and putting out the parameters
You just totally
of the
claim
election.
victory.
But the micro war is clearly won
Just
by
see what
Donald
happens.
Trump. And that's made
See if that
all the
actually
difference
works.
on election night. We looked at the macro. A lot was happening on the micro level.
All right, I'm going to leave it there for now. We'll be checking back in because we're making you guys stay up, but at least you get to be in your own homes. I think when we make you stay up late. Jeff Horowitz, Bill McInturff, our chief pollsters on the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, and of course, the indelible Peter Hart. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are expecting Joe Biden to address supporters any moment now. Andrew, you got any a little more on that?
Well, just that there is some nervousness about Pennsylvania still. You know, I know it's early and we don't have the early vote. We have the day of vote, but there's some nervousness there. Exit polling gives Donald Trump higher marks than 4 years ago on favorability, considerably. According to the exit polls, that people view him, 45% said their opinion of Trump was favorable, 53% said unfavorable. That is a dramatic change, according to the exit poll, when it was 38% favorable to 60% unfavorable. So that's significant.
All right, let's go to Kristen Welker. She's over at Biden headquarters. What are you hearing?
Well, Savannah, as you mentioned, we are now waiting to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden as this election hangs in the balance. And I can tell you that things have really started to come to life here. We're seeing more cars pull in. I don't know if you can see behind me all of the lights, but they are waiting to hear from their candidate, the person who they voted for, Joe Biden. And it comes as we've been talking to campaign officials who say they are watching what is happening in Arizona quite closely. It is giving them encouragement. They're also looking at Georgia. They're saying that they're not ready to give up on Georgia. But look, one top aide told me their primary path has always been the blue wall. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And another aide saying they are still confident that they're going to carry those 3 states. So look, if Biden is able to pull off a win in Arizona, then if he sweeps those Midwestern states, he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania. On the other hand, if he comes up short in Arizona, then he would need a victory in Pennsylvania. And that's part of why he spent so much time in Pennsylvania, even making stops there today, fighting for every last vote. So you see there the motorcade, Savannah, heading from Joe Biden's home, heading here. We anticipate to speak. We expect to hear from him within the next hour or so, as early as 15 minutes, depending on how quickly he can get here. And again, we anticipate that he is going to address what we have all been talking about all night, which is that there are still a number of states that are counting, a number of states that he spent a lot of time campaigning in, and this election hangs in the balance, Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Hallie Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is, as was pointed out earlier, no red wave, no blue wave, just a lot of solid red and blue?
And a lot of, I would say, coffee and Red Bull, probably, Lester, because I think that's where this night is headed, it seems. I can tell you that when it comes to a state that Kristen is talking about, Arizona, a state where the Biden campaign is feeling pretty good based on the numbers, there is immense frustration inside the president's orbit that some networks, not our network, but another network, has appeared to have called the race for Joe Biden there. Again, not our call. I want to be very clear about that, but you are seeing a lot of consternation. There is a sense among some folks in the president's orbit that it is too early to make that call at this point, but they are very engaged, watching these numbers extremely closely in Arizona. Why? Well, because if, in fact, this lead that Joe Biden has holds, and again, I want to stress, we have it projected. It's too early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory, and that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding, and then those blue wall states that we're talking about here, some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Wisconsin, actually, which is kind of interesting. That is a shift, at least from the conversations I've had from this morning. morning to tonight. I think the sense
The
earlier
blue wall
in the day
is
was
the only wall that Trump
they
doesn't
didn't
like.
think that Wisconsin was going to be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than, some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person close to the president earlier, just a couple of hours ago, if he would speak, the answer was, well, if he wants to, he will. And if he doesn't, he won't. It's always up to the president, as we often see in these instances, guys.
And Hallie, this is probably a good time to point out, as you point out, that sometimes there's differences in what's being reported out there. Folks need to understand that we are very, very competitive, but on nights like this, when it comes to making these sorts of calls, we
got to have
a high
humility on this because of this early vote. There's so many different things. I mean, the worst thing you can do is make a call and have to pull it.
Yeah. Too many variables. We lived through
and
2000.
So we've lived through, in this network, we lived through 2000. We had to pull a call. Nobody likes to pull a call like that. So our guy, John Lipinski, he said, I'm not rushing anything. If other news organizations want to race, good luck, because you're going to, you could fall on your face.
Just thought it was a good moment to get that out there and for folks to understand that. So let's bring in
Casey.
Casey.
To chime in on the call question, I mean, I think that's part of why the campaigns are so focused on these narratives, right? Hallie was reporting that the president's team is frustrated that this call would be out there in the ether, and that's because we are entering, and we're going to hear from Joe Biden as well now, we're entering the phase of the fight over the narrative here. We are heading into, my sources on both sides acknowledge a likely prolonged battle over counting votes. And we will see if this comes down to a single state or place, or if once we start to see the counting of the absentee and early votes in these states that aren't used to doing it on election night, it becomes more clear, comes into focus, potentially Joe Biden holds that blue wall and the conversation changes. But the president has been pretty straightforward about raising questions about counting the votes, the way that he has framed how he is going to pursue potentially trying to stop vote counting, et cetera, in some of these places. I mean, he has not held back from that. And the Biden campaign knows that this is very important. I mean, they have been talking to reporters for months about what a quote unquote, they often refer to it as a red mirage, what it might look like if it seems as though President Trump is ahead here, but what really needs to happen to put Biden in the lead is the steady and probably slow counting of all of these ballots. And that's potentially what makes what he says
I'm just
tonight,
scrolling through Facebook.
So important in terms of framing this race for his supporters, but also for a potential legal battle that could ensue. And again, part of the framing of this, and I think part of what Democrats were really hoping for going into tonight, is that what we would see across the map would be a clear rebuke from voters to President Trump, something that would give the court system, judges considering any potential cases here, messages, from members of Congress, that this would be something where the president was clearly rejected and everyone was going to be on the same page about that reality. That is simply not the case here. I mean, we are shaping up to potentially have exactly the same control of the Senate. We're going to have a few wild card races out there, but right now, if we look at Colorado and likely Arizona as two losses for Republicans, we're looking on the flip side at Doug Jones in Alabama. I'm still watching Michigan, although we've got a ways to go there. But if Democrats were to lose that race, the Senate race in Michigan, which some of my sources are saying is a possibility, that's 2 for 2. We're still left with the same situation that we have if everything else holds. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing things hold more steady than we perhaps anticipated based on some of this polling. So,
Thankfully, I haven't come
this,
across
again,
anyone
not the scenario
supporting Trump
that
in my
Democrats,
feed,
wanted
because
to
that
try
would
and
be an instant
wanted to
block.
head into this potentially protracted battle over votes with this kind of standing, Savannah.
Casey, thanks.
Yeah, a divided country votes in a divided fashion. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, you've been asking for these individual electoral votes, and you know what? I finally got some. I got some numbers for you. And so overall in Nebraska, 74% of the vote is in. We got quite a bit of the vote in Nebraska too. That's what's blue there. I mean, it's not. I'll show you the results. And Biden's got a 10-point lead. I can tell you this: the congressional race in that, which is a swing congressional race, is neck and neck. So Biden is way overperforming the Democrat. Trump is underperforming the Republican nominee.
Early vote or day of?
At this point, because of the way our system works on the district, that I can't tell you from here, but I can just tell you. Oh, it went back one too many here. As you can see, it's mostly today's vote. So already that's a strong indication there that that one electoral vote, which we thought was going to lean Biden, it does. Let me give you a little update here in Maine so you can see that electoral vote. We got half the vote in. Look, you can see there's still a lot of vote that needs to come in. Well, let me show you where things stand in Maine 2 here a minute. This big red blob is Maine 2. And again, we got a good half of the vote here, but you can see.
All right, nothing happening on Facebook either.
There we go. In the 2nd district, Trump is ahead by 13,000 votes. This is a very rural congressional district. We shall see. I mean, it looks pretty clear that Biden's going to win the other 3, but they could split it 1-1.
That
Every
happened
vote
in 2016.
counts. It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote he can get, and so does Trump. So they're both going to need these individual votes.
One quick fact about Omaha in Nebraska is remember what happened that night. For 3 hours after the president went all the way to Omaha just to go for that electoral vote, the people were left at that rally for 3 hours in sub-freezing weather, including a lot of elderly people, because the buses weren't there. And so the president left, and so there was a whole lot of negative publicity after he went all that way, late at night. There was a lot of negative reaction to the Trump rally. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but that was a real downer.
All right, we've got some new information coming in. Let's look at Minnesota, where it's too early to call, but we can now characterize this as Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right, let's go to New Hampshire. We're projecting that Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, the northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue.
Good
Joe
job,
Biden
Colorado.
takes Colorado.
Now
Georgia looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida, this is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead, Trump lead right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Said to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead. In Texas and in Wisconsin, it is too early to call as well.
All right, let's look at Iowa. Too early to call. Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll on to Nevada. That one is too early to call as well. So let's see where it all lands.
Might as well, though.
And the road to 270.
Jesus.
We're starting to fill it out. Let's see. And so far, again, I don't think we've had any big shockers yet. We're still fighting over the battlegrounds, and it may get that way until the wee hours of the morning.
We've got another Senate race we can tell you.
States for a reason.
Yeah, battlegrounds are battlegrounds.
A Senate race we can tell you about. Mark Warner, the Democrat.
Yeah, a lot of my friends on Facebook and Twitter are already sounding like Biden has lost. It's just like got a long way to go. I mean, he's way ahead in electoral college. I know it's going to catch up with the red states once those are counted, but still, like the fact that I have my progressive friends like basically giving up already, it's just so weird. 205 to 136. Like, I don't think there's been one battleground state that's been called either way yet. So, like, it sucks that this many people did vote for Trump. It's awful. But I'm not surprised. Like the states that I thought would go to Trump went to Trump. Like there hasn't been any shockers yet. And we still got a ways to go. But I got about 22 minutes before I call it a night. This is definitely the longest stream I have ever done. Whatever. How long?
His motorcade that has just arrived. So I
5 hours, 10 minutes.
Just a few minutes from hearing from Vice President Biden, and I think.
Thank you so much to the people who have stuck with me.
Going to hear Biden try to rally his supporters to try to prepare them for what now seems like it's going to be a somewhat likely protracted battle for him to get to the White House. There's going to be some counting that goes on in the next few days, but I anticipate that we will hear a measured optimism from the former vice president when he addresses the crowd here. It is worth noting that what you are seeing is a drive-in event here, and this is characteristic Biden. This is what has really been the hallmark of his campaign and how he has chosen to run this campaign. Socially distant people now getting out of their cars, as you can see.
Yeah, those people are not socially distant.
Socially distant. And that is a part of his key message.
Like, it doesn't help if everyone is outside of their car.
The issue of fighting COVID-19, trying to make the case that he's the best candidate to fight COVID, saying that, yes, we're going to get the economy back on track, but in order to do it, we have to address the virus.
So we gotta cut you off because we've got a big call to make. It's official now. NBC projects Florida goes to President Donald Trump. We've been watching this all night. We've been very careful. But this
Florida,
is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must-win for him.
Look at the difference. 380,000 votes. Let me go back here and take you back very quickly to Miami-Dade, just to remind you where there was 300,000 votes 2 cycles ago. So as we see, the difference was that. Let's go. So Joe Biden won it by 83,000. Hillary Clinton won it by nearly 300,000. So you want to know where 200 of the 300,000 votes is? It's sitting in Miami-Dade County. So there's no doubt Miami-Dade County, even as, you know, he can feel good. He added, I mean, Osceola County, I think that's an addition in here, if I will. No, not quite a flip county, never mind that. But this Miami-Dade story is, you know, it may be a unicorn, it may be all those things, but as we saw with, we've seen it with some Hispanic men as well in other states.
It's really
this Latino thing is an issue here for the Democrats. Look, it's interesting, and you wonder if Joe Biden doesn't improve with older white voters, that's kept him in this race, we'd be talking about, boy, Democrats really have to get their base out. And this was something that people were whispering about quite a bit, and this was the downside of doing a virtual campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County, so you can drive down the street and wave down the I-4 corridor and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that's playing out, particularly in Florida, it's particularly acute there for all the reasons that we have talked about. And there's a couple House races down there, too, that Democrats might lose because of this problem. It is huge, and it was clearly something where they neglected to really pay attention and engage. And my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time. But, you know, we'll have to see if it plays out across the map.
We got to cut you off right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his
supporters. We'll end after this is done. I'm not making sense anymore.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
You got to say that.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters, talk about the timing of this and what led up to it.
Well, Lester, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have Joe Biden, the first person to speak tonight, and his message was one of optimism, and he leaned into what he feels are going to be pickoff states. Arizona, he predicts he will ultimately carry, and he went on to say he believes they're on track to win the election. He might be... He's wrapping up now again, Lester. I wanted to give him a chance to finish what he was saying, but his message and his tone...
Yeah, he wouldn't make this speech if he thought that the results would come out tonight. So we definitely have a long way to go, and it's not like they're going to announce the winner anytime soon, and he's going to, like, come right out. Like, he's probably going back home or his war room, wherever the fuck. So that's a good sign to me that it's time to wrap up soon. I'll give it like another 10 minutes because why not? Or I might just pass out. We'll see.
It could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front on the messaging. And remember, it does come against the backdrop of these reports, which the president did deny, but that he was thinking about potentially declaring victory tonight, no matter what the results showed. So this was potentially a way of preempting that, to strike a note of confidence and to send that message to his supporters. They're still in this fight, Lester.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes is going to be a success in Arizona. He also mentioned Georgia.
Look, let me tell you what our models indicate we're waiting basically for a lot of Atlanta.
Still a lot of vote there.
A lot of vote in Atlanta, enough that our models right now, we would have it, if it goes the way we think it could go, maybe 1/10 of a percentage point will separate them when all the votes are counted. Yeah. That's why we're not anywhere near calling it. We want to wait to see what this Atlanta number comes in. But Georgia's another one that we're going to sit here for a while.
Well, if you were wondering whether, now that we've heard from Vice President Joe Biden, we'll hear from President Trump. We've heard from him on Twitter, Hallie. He must have heard you saying that he hadn't been tweeting all night, but now he has tweeted. He says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed.
How are they stealing it?
Right. So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is a president who we know is extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television. And for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters. Go ahead, Savannah.
I've just been curious because it's interesting that he says they're trying to steal the election. Does that suggest he doesn't think they're winning?
So I think that what we're going to hear from President Trump is something similar to what I think some folks had been concerned about might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question. He has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? Full election results are not certified on election night ever, right? There has to be a process that goes through. We use this phrasing here on NBC News, all the networks do, that is very careful. We call them projected winners, right? Because that is what we are projecting. Nothing is sort of set in stone for usually, days after the election. Anyway, not in 2020, not just in 2016, but in any election, really. And this is something that I think Chuck and our team can speak more to. But the president has been very clear that he is concerned about what happens if, in fact, as the case is that we are in right now, the vote count stretches past tonight. Now, it is not surprising that the vote count is stretching past tonight. In fact, we have been talking about it for weeks. Why? Because of the coronavirus pandemic and because there is so much early vote that came in, so many ballots that were mailed in. That just takes a while to count. It takes longer to count. And there are rules in different states, about when you can start processing and counting those ballots. This is where I think a lot of folks expected us to be here at 12:50 in the morning, on election night or the morning of November 4th, I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that are not backed up, claims that are not verified. This is something we have seen from the president on Twitter before, to the point where the social media company has actually put warnings on some of the things that the president was saying because it was essentially misinformation and had the potential to be disinformation there. So I do think that there is going to be some sort of care and context that we're going to put in place around whatever the president says. I will say, and as we talked about it a little bit ago, there is real concern and I think anger inside the president's orbit about certain calls that have been made, not by our network, by other networks. There is a sense that perhaps some calls are being made too early. I'm specifically talking about, for example, Arizona. I would not be surprised to hear the president mention that when he does come out and address his supporters in the East Room. I think that the campaign is feeling better than they thought they were going to feel about states like Pennsylvania. You heard Joe Biden very definitively say that they thought they could win there.
But I guess
the screen is not frozen.
I'm
just
Andrea.
pass out.
We got a call, and then I'm coming to you. Yeah.
We got a call in Iowa.
Yes.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win the 6 electoral votes in Iowa.
Okay, so Andrea, that's what I find to be so perplexing about this tweet, because here the Trump campaign's having a much better night than it expected to have, and now the president is signaling through this tweet by saying they're trying to steal it, et cetera, that he doesn't feel that they're going to win. I don't understand how that adds
This is
up.
what he has been saying every single day, that it's not right that the Supreme Court let Pennsylvania start counting tomorrow, really, tonight and tomorrow, that 3 days. But Mike Mammaley, who has covered the Biden campaign forever, has spoken on the record and gotten from Senator Bob Casey exactly what I have been hearing from others not on the record, so we couldn't report it. That Joe Biden has been calling around. He's very nervous about how slow the count is in several of the big counties.
In Pennsylvania.
Not coming in.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. So he's been calling around, and according to Senator Bob Casey, speaking to Mike Memoli, according to Mike's note, that Biden was calling Casey and checking in. Why are these counties, like some of the Philadelphia suburbs, not reporting? Why is this so slow? So it is that early vote factor, but also, you know, he himself is getting nervous. That's why Joe Biden came out, because he anticipated exactly what the president did, which was a tweet saying that the vote is being stolen, starting to change the narrative. And Biden, with the optimism and telling people to be patient, was trying to at least capture that mood. But privately, he is calling people, elected officials and former officials in key counties.
Well, that's what's so interesting about it. Here you have Biden, who according to this reporting, is a bit nervous about the race. And then at the same time, Hallie, you've got the president signaling publicly that he's nervous about the race because he's now saying they're stealing it, which suggests he thinks he's losing. So, you know, we're trying to put all these pieces together. Do you have any insight into what's going on back there?
Let me try to provide some clarity here, Savannah, on this, because I think you raised sort of this important point here. And the answer that I would provide to you here, based on sort of my years covering President Trump and talking to people in his orbit, there are a lot of times when the president's public messaging is different from the messaging that we are getting behind the scenes from people around him. And there have been many instances in which the people around the president, his aides, his allies, his advisors, have encouraged him to perhaps move in a different direction when it comes to the messaging than the direction the president ultimately goes in. This is a president who, in the closing days of this campaign, ran and rallied supporters largely on a message of grievance, right? And that is something that we are seeing in the president's tweet tonight, despite the rest of the stuff that we're hearing behind the scenes. I think this really illustrates what we sometimes have seen in covering this president, which is a dichotomy between what he is saying and what he is thinking and feeling versus sort of the strategy behind the scenes from the people around him.
Let's go to Chuck, who's at the board, to show us kind of where things stand right now.
Yeah, I want to first go through the Rust Belt, and then I'll do a quick update in Georgia. As
yeah,
you can
his
see
last
here,
tweet
Minnesota,
is
getting up to 80% in this double-digit lead.
We are
is
up
not
big, but
disappearing.
they are
It
trying
may
to steal the
get
election.
closer
We
as
will
these
never let them
remaining
do
votes
it.
come in,
Votes
but it's
cannot
hard
be
to
cast
imagine
after the polls
that the
are
president is
closed.
going to get Minnesota. Let me take you to Wisconsin. What's interesting here is that our models indicate if the early vote goes the way we think it's going to go, we certainly don't believe this is going to be a race that somehow Joe Biden could win by 7 or 9 points, which is most of the polling. But we're looking at a race that we think is going to be in the 2-point range, but we'll see. And I'll look at here. He's got a 113,000 vote lead. And again, let me just take you to one county here, Milwaukee. We still have
how am I managing my
of the
mood?
vote. That's coming out, and it's our understanding. I think we've talked
Diet
about this.
Coke,
sometime after 4 a.m.
cashews.
We're going to get the Milwaukee County
Oh,
dump,
there's still some in
and
here.
that's going to tell us a lot. But again, this has all been election day
Trying to
vote
play some
so
Animal
far,
Crossing and Mario
in Milwaukee,
Galaxy.
and a lot of it there. Now we'll go to Michigan.
I am
and we have
done.
The same
Thank
issue
you for
here.
checking in, Vanessa.
And I'll just bring it up again.
I think I accepted
Still
your friend
mostly
request just
same-day
now.
vote, not as much of that
Because
early vote yet.
you are
and as you've
a
seen,
true
as stuff
supporter.
just trickled in, the Trump lead has narrowed a little bit. And then I'll quickly let me go over here to Pennsylvania.
But yeah, I'm going
as
to
you
call
can
it a
see
night.
Here, we're still, and let me just show you here. This is almost all today vote, or now at this point, sorry, yesterday vote. We only have a little bit of that early vote. And look, let's go around here. You can see here.
I'm still not worried though. Like I'm not. You're welcome, Vanessa. Like obviously, like I think we still got a long way to go. I was interested to see if Trump was going to say something during this live stream, but I guess not. Maybe that's for the better. But yeah, 171 to 205 in the Electoral College right now. 270 to win it. All those gray states have yet to be called. The biggest one being Pennsylvania. Arizona is also a big one. That will most likely go to Trump, though. Yeah, and in case you missed it, Trump is projected to win Florida. They feel pretty confident about that. So, yeah, so if Trump wins Arizona, which he probably will, he might win in Nevada too, then Biden has to win Pennsylvania. And he probably is. But if it comes down to Pennsylvania, then we're going to have to wait a few days, most likely. at least at the very earliest, like tomorrow, late afternoon or evening, and that's a big if. But yeah, uncalled 162. That is quite a bit. Texas is probably going to Trump. Yeah, Nevada, Arizona. What's the big one? I should know states. My geography teacher's going to be mad at me. Yeah, I think like Minnesota was close to, and some other states. So yeah, I don't have it in me to stay because I don't know when Trump is actually going to get on stage, and I'm passing out. Blah. Okay, that's going to do it. I'm going to call it. I win the presidency. There. Fight me. Okay, let's just get the screen on me now. It has been a long night, but I thank you all for being here. Let's see. Let's get this. My God. Almost 6 hours. I am a madman. Why would I do that? Why would I do that to myself? Okay. So that's going to do it. I could take off this fucking shirt now and go play with my puppy. Go say hi to my wife. And probably still be glued to my phone, to be honest, until I just completely pass out. Like legit pass out, probably. But thank you all to everyone for hanging out with me, especially to Jessica and Mom something for playing Animal Crossing with me. That was awesome. I want to do that again. So I don't know how to end this. Not that I thought there would be a winner by the end of this stream. Although there certainly are a lot of losers. It's kind of weird to offer like some kind of hopeful words of wisdom or whatever. But I will say this. Actually, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to say we're all fucked and we're all going to die and all that stuff. Maybe that's true. Maybe we're all just going to completely devolve into World War 4 or 5, whatever we're at right now. But as long as we're still able to connect through the magic of the internet, let's keep doing it. Let's fight together. Let's share some laughs. Shed some tears together. Virtually or otherwise. And that's about it. Not going to give you false positivity. I'm also not going to be a dick about it. So I will say this. Don't be defeated no matter what. Okay? Don't think if Biden wins that you can take a vacation. If Trump wins, don't be completely defeated and thinking that the war is over. The war is never over. Keep fighting until your last breath. Take care of each other. It's not always about you. Don't forget to laugh. Don't forget to laugh at your own farts or make inappropriate jokes. Laugh at inappropriate times. Hug your partner randomly. Go find a bunny and wrap and I was going to say go find a bunny and wrap it. Go find a bunny and pet it somewhere. Doesn't want to be pet. Don't do it. Wash your ass. Good night, everyone. Take care.